Ladies and gents, welcome to week number 4 of the Open Series. My name is Ton. I'm here with Fru. We just keep swapping him and Toby out in it. We like to give them, you know, I know you like to come along and hang out with me on your Sunday evenings, but I like you to have your time off as well, Fru. We don't want to wear you out. So this is the same
I
with
think,
Toby.
yeah, I think that's fair, and I think you're just trying to nudge me into playing those weeks where Toby's casting, and vice
Well,
versa as well. Get another team in the go.
I mean, Elliot's playing, so I don't know what your excuse is when you're not busy. I mean,
Don't.
I mean, I had Toby asking. I had Toby asking about like teammates he could use and stuff like that this week, and I'm just like, oh man, you just crack on. But irrelevant of that, let's stop talking absolute rubbish as we have plenty of more time to do that. Of course, let's have a look through the format. If you've not been familiar with the Open Series over the last 3 weeks, you're in at a good time. Things are really starting to heat up, but there is 10 weeks in total of tournaments, $500 on the line every single week. And of course, it all accumulates in an Open Series split finals towards the end of the split. We haven't announced the date, but we will get there in the end. $2,500 on that one. Some changes have come through this week, though. With the Open Series, we were very open and said, we can change things up as the community sees fit. With the map changes, I think, just an overall move towards what's being played on the other side of the Atlantic, of course, as well. I think it gives us maybe a little bit of a better basis to work on the map pool and sort of adapt it in the way that we want to. I think it helps us get that roundabout map pool that we know that has been played, and we don't change it too much by just previously where we were with the map pool. At this point, we have a better starting point, and then we can make changes from here as needs be. But Exhibit Harbour are in. I know Toby's not a fan of Exhibit through.
Yeah, he's not the only one.
I'm impartial, but I know that the person who observes doesn't like it because Matt doesn't like it because it's like, is he upstairs? Is he downstairs? You don't really know. But Harbour coming in is a good one for me as well. I'm a big fan of that. But overall thoughts on the map changes, so you can be completely honest.
Completely honest,
No, well,
I
maybe
do
not.
miss Fortune Reactor. To be fair though, I really do like Harbour coming back in. I think it's a fantastic map, and I think it plays really well. I've seen some of the teams that we'll be watching later actually playing it already, so they've definitely got map time on it. Exhibit, I'm kind of in the same boat as production and of course Toby as well. I am not a massive fan of that one coming back in. I think Forge is a much better map, personally. I would have left Forge in instead of Exhibit, but it's closer to the American side, right? And down the line, if we end up kind of, post-coronavirus meeting back up again, we'll be in a better place for having practiced the maps that the official Pro League's playing as well.
Yeah, I think, what the thing with it is that, we said we're very much open to changing things around to what the EU community wants, but we don't want to go too far away at the same time. We've got some things in here that you don't obviously have in the Pro circuit. Of course, the crossplay, which has really allowed us to have plenty more people coming in who necessarily couldn't be there as well. So that's a positive side of things as well. But it's very much a work in progress. We're not going to be changing stuff every week, but at the same time, if we feel as if the community aren't happy with something, we can change things up within reason. But let's have a look through some of the games that have gone on already. We do have some interesting teams in this week. For of course, there was a bit of a roster mania, if you like, throughout the week after Open Series week number 3, and it has formed some interesting teams. I know we've got some new ones coming through that we're looking forward to having a look at, and we'll get to have a look at pretty early. But nothing surprising on there for me so far through. I don't know if anything's sticking out for you.
Honestly, not really. I mean, Darko 5-0, no surprise there. Lemon dropped the bottom right. But apart from that, no. I think this is pretty much business as usual for most teams. You can see Chomp Chomp going through their 5-0. Jota's team doing pretty well there, 5-2 over Team E. They're a strong contender. I've seen some scrims of those this week. 3 times Rowdy going through. You got Snail Boy and Slugman going through. Like it is business as usual in the upper ends, it seems.
Yeah, looking that way, and let's have a look at the bracket to see what we have on offer in our broadcast. Of course, we go from the quarterfinals. The game is already on its way as well. Snailboy and Slugman against Savage Camping is what we're going to be watching. These two rosters through, obviously thrown together a little bit between sort of the remnants of what was left between some other teams. And it looks like an interesting matchup and should give us a good indication of how things are going to go. But we are going to jump into Harbour. The teams have already started, so we want to get rolling into it as well. Harbour is going to be the first match between these two teams. What are your opinions on these two rosters, though, Fru?
I mean, the rosters are pretty interesting. You know, you Breaker, Saki, Brutal, and Banged on Snailboy's side. Other side, Savage Camping, TJ, Crazed, Slazin, Slaps. They're both fantastic rosters, both full of Pro League talent. And quite honestly, they match up really well. The thing that I like about this matchup is that Breaker and TJ, they know each other's game plans, right? They know how each team plays. So it's going to be real difficult for them to catch each other off guard with trick strats because that book was written by the both of them. We'll see how they play out there as they go into Harbour. I've seen Breaker on it already today. They looked real good. They were playing some funky stuff down on this mid wall. I like to see it. And not as funky as that, I'd say. But what I was going to say is that they did really well in the end. So I will like to see how Breaker plays this one. He was playing a hell of a lot of kind of top play right up at the winch there. And the team as general, they were just looking pretty good on it. So it's a good first map pick, in my opinion. I think Breaker's team should have the advantage going into it. It looked like they'd practiced it. They had a good, solid game earlier on it. We'll see what TJ and Co can bring, though, because it's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I'm just sort of looking at the rosters, and there's plenty of experience on there. It's nice to see. Actually, I hadn't seen him at all so far. Slazin. Of course, he was our final MVP of our final season, of course, in the Pro League in Europe, just after consistency all the way through. Really interested to see how he does on this team. TJ, Craze, Slazin, and Slaps should be very, very interesting. But, of course, as you mentioned, there's former teammates going up against each other. TJ and Slaps, obviously, were with Breaker and Saki. So it should be interesting to see who comes out on top of this one. Any particular favourites? I know you were saying Breaker and Co were looking good on Harbour specifically. Would you lean any way in this one?
I was leaning Snailboy's way originally, and then I had a quick look at the runs that both of these teams had, and you know what? Savage Camping, the round before, they went up against ODC champs, and that's a really stacked roster. It's Ash, it's Incisive, J Rage, another former teammate of TJ's, and Para as well, who is a player that's been running up the ranks quite quickly. To be honest with you, a lot of good teams have taken notice of him. So, looking at Savage Camping coming through that previous game, it says 5-0 on the bracket. I don't know if that's correct or not. I'm assuming it is. That's a real statement win there. And now I'm a little bit unsure because I definitely gave it to Breaker and Co beforehand, but it's difficult for me to say now. I really like the makeup of this roster. As you said, ex-MVP Slazin. You've got King Crazed in there. He's returned. He's coming back on the side of Savage Camping alongside two fantastic Obey Alliance players, TJ and Slaps coming in later on in the lifetime of that team. This is actually a really good team. It's all Pro League players. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I should be taking more notice of this team.
I think from my point of view, looking at it on paper, I would say Savage Camping probably has a little bit more talent, if you like, in terms of that raw slaying ability. You would say that probably belongs to them. And then you have a player like Slazin, who often plays the objective kind of role. He's very much more like Saki, who will be going around and he'll be playing those home hills and trying to get the domination away from them. But I do really like the look of Savage Camping. I think it looks like a very, very nice roster. Interested to see what Snailboy and Slugman do, though. Who's Snailboy and who's Slugman? That's the question.
It's difficult, isn't it? I think Breaker's Slugman. I think, or maybe Slaps has got to be Snailboy. I don't know. I'd have to ask him, to be honest with you. Who knows? Who knows? To be honest with you, who knows?
Well, we should be able to get in the game very, very shortly, but I think an interesting one for me this week, specifically after last week, was how close the boys who obviously went on to win it, of course, Marsh and Co, Blackhawk Down, came up against former Elevate. That was a super interesting one, so I'm interested to see if they're going to run into each other again. I'm just having a look through to see who is who here, because obviously team names change every single week, which does make things maybe a little bit more difficult. I'm just trying to see who they're actually going to be going up against. Is that going to be... All right, so Maradona are playing against them now. So that's Maradona against Hydro and Jackfex, Crimsons, and Phelpsy.
I've just to go back on your previous question, Breaker, Slugman, Saki's Snailboy. Is the official communication.
Did they
so
confirm?
We've got that. Yeah, but you're right. That other matchup is something else, right?
That's a spicy one as well. That's a really spicy one. I'm curious because there's been a little bit of trash talk through the week. It has to be said, which I mean for me is brilliant. I'm all for it. Just give that. I know you'll probably disagree in a certain respect, but at the same time, I'm like, right, okay, just give it a little bit more spice. It just makes the matches mean a little bit more, I think. There has been a little bit of smack talk, and a couple of the guys on Maradona and Marsh seem to be the ones that it's encircled around. Maradona I think, they'll be hurting after 2 weeks. Or would have been, 2 weeks in a row of losing that final to Black Hawk Down. Do we see a bounce back for them here? Because obviously they surprised me and Toby in week number 1. Do you think they are just one of the top 3 teams but can't really get past Black Hawk Down? Or are we just sort of not necessarily looking towards Black Hawk Down being as good as they are rather than Maradona's failings, if you like?
I think it's the latter of what you've just said. I think, honestly, Black Hawk Down, they're your Elevate team from, the beginning of the pro circuit. They've come together. They've obviously clicked really well. It's nothing against, Maradona, HPJC, or any of the other teams that are playing right now. There's stacked talent, obviously, across all of these rosters. We know that. Everyone knows that. But at the moment, the team that is performing to that level is Black Hawk Down. They just are. They're just performing a step above at the moment. And yes, Maradona can beat them. Yes, HPJC could probably beat them. Yes, a few other teams could probably take them, right? But for me, if Black Hawk Down make it to the best of 3 stages, they're always going to be, my number 1 seed going into that. Because in a best of 3, they're really difficult to beat.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Things are going to be changing up in terms of the maps, obviously, here that we have this week. So maybe that is going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons potentially. But for the second time, we're trying to get in the harbour here between these 2 teams. And interested again in the very first game of week number 4. Nearly halfway there through. Wow, I am away with it.
We're nearly through.
We're nearly through. Hopefully we get through this broadcast. Jesus, I am struggling. But here we go. Let's try and wake up at this point as we get into harbour. It's always nice to have a big, juicy initial to get me woken up. The coffee doesn't seem to have worked, but oh my goodness me, Chris Nasher is Jesus. Phenomenal from him. Finds 2, helps his teammate out, find the 3rd as well. Really, really good start from Chris.
Yeah, really good indeed. There's a reason we call him King Crazed on the broadcast, and that's because he is indeed one of the best to ever do it. And it's just, statements like that opening statement coming in. He knows there's a lot of kind of rivalry between his team and the opposing team, right? Maybe he's not in it as such, but he's got to put his, his best foot forward and help his teammates out here. And he did exactly that with that opening double kill coming through. Fantastic play from Crazed.
Junk up, trying to get control over top. We're in a good spot to do so. Savage coming are going to be pushed back here though by the looks of things. Snail Boy and Slugman pushing on through. Slaps finds 2 that he had no warrant to find. Can he find a 3rd? Not quite. He might get it in the end, not in the end though. Sarky is going to be there, will get traded, but Slaps did very, very well to get control of up top. C&B now in their control. President Cole will look to lock this one in. And I think once you have definitive control of up top bridge area, it's much easier just to control the whole map.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you've got sightlines, right? This is essentially the top bunker of bunker, right? It's full sightlines across everywhere. You can see the rotations coming through. If you've got this setup right here, you can see TJ on the right-hand side there. He's just checking down towards the the rooms on either side, and you can see anyone rotating through. And that's why his teammate right now is starting to make this rotation around. TJ's build it out. Slays in is going to react. 1-2. There's 2 dead, and that's a really nice defense there from Savage camping.
They keep a hold. Nicely done. They're looking for the domination, but of course somebody over towards that B point. That's going to be a breaker. He's not quite going to be able to get a hold of it, but playing the power-wise, it's really been all Savage camping. Last few minutes. Breaker now going to be making the push over towards the top side. Domination was potential there. Of course, it does get recapped off by Snail Boy and Slugman. Now they're going to start making the push over towards C. That win condition, though, is ticking on down for Savage camping. Round number 1 looking good. 10 seconds to go for their win.
Really solid round, hasn't it? So far, you see Breaker trying to make this push onto the homes. Last minute defense, but Lancer is real strong here through from Slaps. TJ is going to get down as well elsewhere. 1-2 from Bang, though. Can he get the decap in time? 240, he might be able to get the cap, but Crazed is here to save the day. If Crazed can get a double kill, he can indeed. He's going to secure this round for his team. Savage camping should go up 1-0. No one from Snailboy and Slugman able to get anywhere near that E-Hill, C-Hill, and the B-Hill will go the blue way as well. Good first round there from Savage camping. They had full control.
Yeah. Relatively comfortable for the most part. Crazed goes big towards the end as well, and that definitely helps things out. Weapon placements now coming in. I'm expecting anything crazy here. I'm going to say probably not. All talks down, I'd imagine. It's probably going to be mirrored on the other side of things.
Pretty straightforward, isn't it? I mean, there's no reason to get too crazy. First round in. Let's see how the second round goes. Obviously, on the opposite side, Crazed had that right advantage going into the end there, but this time he's going to be on the left, so will be slightly more difficult. You see him flashbang in hand this time. He's going to stun out for TJ, who's going to try and make the aggressive push. And they will get there early. Real good first spawn play here. Crazed and TJ, you see the flashbangs going out. Will just push Snail Boy and Slugman back around, and they will try the offense top side instead. Just give Crazed full control over middle, though. Brutal will be in a bad spot. He'll get pushed. Should go down, but Brutal's made a good play there, actually, taking out Slazin whilst under crossfire from Crazed. Not the easiest thing at all, and now Crazed, he's going to get pushed up.
Trouble now. Crazed will go down. Saki doing well. Shots into TJ. And it's not like these lot can play this map and, you know, obviously two former teammates on either side from even just as early as last week and sort of say, oh, okay, well, we know what we're doing on Harbour. We know what they're going to do on Harbour. It's just coming to the map pool, of course, this week yet for the Open Series, and interested to see how teams develop as time does go on. But Snailboy and Slugman looking for a win here. All the way up to the count of 250. 70 seconds remaining on their win condition. Long time to go in this round. Next big engagement, though, will have a good effect on who's going to win this one. Brutal now in a bit of a bad spot. Slazen's going to back on down. Craze comes around from the other side. Both missed their first shots, but the second, not quite the same for Craze as he hits that one. All played there, and now Breaker and Co. Going to have to defend over towards B. Push is going to come in here from Slazen. He's going to get taken down. Breaker gets out with his life as well, but ultimately they lose a little bit of real estate there towards the middle of the map. B should go over towards Savage Camping.
Yeah, Breaker just caught out in a rough spot. Got the down initially and had teamfire, but that teamfire was a little bit too far back to offer anything substantial in the end. Breaker has to back out, gets crossfired from this overlook position here, slaps full eyes on anyone trying to push in towards this B hill, and you can see the damage that he can put down from this position. He can just clip them over the top as soon as they move. That's why the flashbangs are going to come down, and then now Breaker's going to make a play, but he's got TJ to worry about up top, slaps to worry about here on the winch as well.
Slaps now doing his best to try and disrupt what's going on here. Saki should be able to lock that one in, of course will do so. It's going to get dropped though, and then all of a sudden Savage Camping need to get going. B is looking like it's going to go into their hands, but a one camp will do it for Snailboy and Slugman. Let's see if they can lock this one in. Breaker finding the kill on the slaps is going to allow them to go a long way into doing that. TJ's got a long push here, and Breaker can just hold. Anybody else around to try and get into this one? Here come the rest of the team. Savage Camping getting slayed down. Crazed and slays and drop. That's going to be a round to Snailboy and Slugman. One apiece.
Much better round, isn't it, from Snailboy and Slugman? And I think that right-hand advantage didn't really play much of a part. You saw in the first round, Crazed, you know, he got that double kill straight up on the winch. That was easy. Second round, they did well to just push Snailboy and Slugman off it, and they didn't manage to do that. But the rotation was quick, you know, and they managed to find that control up at the stern early on. In the end, the plays were just too strong. Some good control from Snailboy and Slugman just, you know, ultimately ends up in a nice round for them. It's pretty straightforward gears, but it's nice to see when it does happen.
Very straightforward, but both rounds have went all the way. I think that's just typical of Harbour. I'm trying to remember it from Gears, but I mean, obviously I do remember it, but I'm trying to think of the way it played out. Obviously, things are a little bit different now in terms of escalation, but I think it's just typical maybe of Harbour that it is going to go to those 250 scorelines every single time, or if these two teams maybe trying to feel it out could possibly be it, as we say that 3 men go down up top for Savage Camping. Snailboy and Slugman with a really good start to the round. We may see a domination yet. Domination potentially clicking in here as well. As Breaker going to be able to keep Crazed off. Not quite Crazed, keeps on going. Finds the kill as well. My god. How's he got all the way through the bang there? That is unfortunate. Crazed and Co survive, but that was potential for Snailboy and Slugman there through.
Definitely potential. I mean, some clutch players coming through, obviously, to keep the round alive. Now we're going to reset a little bit here, but Snailboy, Slugman with that double cap. They're in the advantageous position. Crazed with a nice down kill, though, there coming through. Slaps to the down will open up Crazed to find this angle, and this is where it gets dangerous because Brutal is on that left hand. Going to get pushed up upon. Jesus. He's going to get pushed up upon as I stumble over a little bit there. But in the end, Savage Camping, they don't stumble. They manage to come through and get a couple of nice kills.
I'm rubbing off on you.
Seems so.
Yeah.
Seems so.
Bang now in a bad spot, and I mean, Savage camping, it has to be said. We're in a horrible, horrible spot in this round. I don't think that we're going to be able to lock this one in. Not quite. They're going to have to back on down, but the Lancers are really good in this spot. I like that adjustment. Are they going to be able to get away with it, though? Looks like about TJ should be able to get a hold of that kill, and can they keep them off? Saki has to back on down, waiting for some backup now as well. Has to hit those shots if your slaps. You need to get rid of banged as well. That should surely be it. Domination ticking in 3, 2, and 1. Nobody going to be there for Snail Boy and Slugman. Wow. I mean, that's one of those where that could be a very different scoreline if Savage Camping don't clutch up in their own base.
Yep. Yeah. Just a little bit too close to the spawn with some members of Snail Boy there, and they got caught off guard, right? It was a nice clutch up. They come through, they make some good plays, and they just snowballed that through, right? I mean, that's all it's about. You find an advantage. How do you use that advantage to then take the next play? And all they did is they had that person advantage. They pushed forward. They used that person advantage to get more damage down, and from there they gained a hell of a lot of map control. And ultimately, that 3 cap comes through. So well played by Savage Camping. That's how you play it. It's fundamentals, but it's good fundamentals executed perfectly.
Back and forth between these two, then. We'll see a very close game here. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the second map is. If we could find out, that'd be great. We don't. Okay, never mind. Interested to see what it's going to be, though. And I'm just curious to whether teams are still sort of feeling this one out. I know, obviously, everyone kind of knows how to play it in terms of obviously it was on PS4, etc., etc. But does it change in this new escalation a little bit? It's a different game. Do things change up that much realistically?
It's not really too different. I mean, the difference you got, right, is that obviously it was 5v5 prior. That's a big difference, at a high level, but the 2 initial hills, they're captured already, so you don't have that person waiting, capping those, those 2 home hills. So ultimately, the fight at the beginning was 4v4 anyway, until that, that last person could come and join in. So the thing you don't get is that reinforcement to the area where you're losing. The person from home hills, Gears 4, could then, divert one way or the other, depending on which side he thought needed more help. Now you don't have that. If you lose, you lose, and you're losing control of that area. So it's a little bit more dicey, I guess, on that initial. One bad play can spell disaster for a round, but ultimately that initial 4v4 is still in play, and the teams play it pretty similarly.
Just gonna come here from the boys on Snail Boy and Slugman up top. Gonna be able to get a hold of B here. They should be able to hold cover. Oh, TJ might find Breaker here. Can't turn it around, and TJ will get rid of Breaker. Very, very even scoreline. Both in rounds and in this round specifically. Bang now going to have to back on down. Does have 2 members of Savage Camping pushing up on him as well, and there's the down coming through. What are they going to be able to do with this one, though? Looks like they're going to be able to get a hold of B here, and it's just a war of attrition here. Now the team able to really establish any sort of a lead. TJ's now going to be making the push for the domination, maybe just to the D cap. Currently, though, Snail Boy and Slugman not getting anything on the border. Saki and Breaker will work its way through, though. They will get a hold of C, but damage is done. Savage Camping with 2.
I love the control, the Savage Camping. It says camping in the name. Don't read into it too much. This is pure control. It's not camping. They set up well. They know when to push forward. They're getting kills across the board. They're making a play on the home hill, diverting attention. Someone turns around and they're getting played on, pretty much instantly. It's nice to watch, and they're not overextending too far. That's what I like to see from this COG side. They're holding these neutral hills pretty well. You can see Brutal now pushing in on the right side, but all they're doing is just delaying, and they'll fall back onto their home hill for this one. You can see there's someone trying to push through the middle just to divert attention once again towards that C hill. It's going to be a 1v1 over towards the A hill, but just not going to be in time. And in the end, Savage Camping, they've played it really, really well once again.
Yep. Long drawn out round, but comfortable from Savage Camping. They get that little bit of breathing space with a 2-round lead. 3-1 now. Just solid, isn't it? Just a very, very solid lineup. Know how to play the game. Know how to make the most of maybe just a slight advantage, which is what they've done. Time and time again. Incense now coming up. I'd imagine it's probably going to be matched on the side of Snail Boy and Slugman. Which, I mean, we're going to have to change that team name in terms of what we call them. Because
Yeah,
it's quite a mouthful.
not
to try and get
ideal.
out in the middle of like a big exchange.
It's not ideal. I will say that. Interesting though. Interesting. There's always some weird names, isn't there? EU Gears never disappoints in that regard.
Of course. Well, things change right now as we head into round number 5. Everything moving up towards this side. Oh my god, where has that come from? That is... He's got some arm on him, Slaps, hasn't he? I'll see you later, Slaps.
Some off-season training going in, it seems.
Yeah. Hey, well, that was not the easiest of incense to hit, but lands right on Saki's chin, and all of a sudden, he's in the control of Savage Camping, who seem to be just warming up into this game now. D is in the horizon as well. Saki, can he defend? Oh, doesn't any shots that great, and Slazen will punish him, and Slazen will punish more members of Snail and Slugman. There should be a domination coming on through. Breaker's going to go down. Domination ticking. Domination will come on through. That's the quickest round we've had so far. 4-1. And that just comes off their initial wins and making sure they punish as best they can. Good round from Savage Camping.
Yep, and I want to go back to the beginning of that. You know, I've just seen the replay of what happened there, and it was just a fantastic set play, is honestly the answer, Chris. You saw TJ push up, Slaps, you know, had that incendiary off the bat. Slaps got himself into a position where he knew he had a marker where he could throw and make that incendiary to hit the lever, essentially, up by the stern, and TJ just put himself in a position where his opposition tried to place himself in the exact spot where the incendiary would go. It was just a really nice set play, a little bait and switch. Like to see it. They've worked on that one, obviously, and it paid out in the end. Easy round there coming through from Savage Camping.
To let you know, on one of the other sides of the quarterfinals going on right now, HPJC, also known as the former Elevate squad, are going up against Maradona. They win map number 1 on Asylum 5-3. And that should be an interesting series. We'll keep an eye on what's going on there, but I would like to see HPJC get themselves in a good spot. We've seen how good they looked on week number 1, and Slaps is at it again. Saying week number 1, it was of course in week number 3, but the first week that we got to see them, of course. Slaps is really having his way with the team up here, though. This has got to feel good against former teammates as well. Put themselves in a prime position to try and get this round won.
It does beg the question to know which duo made the decision, you know, to split that team, though, because if it was TJ and Slaps, they might be in a better spot here, because this team, it's looking good, it's looking practiced. You know, they're obviously only 5 rounds into what we've seen on stream today, but from what I have seen, it looks like they are, you know, they're playing pretty well. And as you said, Slaps up on the stern area, playing really well. Crazed on the winch, awesome job down there as well. And, you know, the other 2 players, Slazen and TJ, they're just doing their bits, right? They're doing what they need to do to get these rounds through, and can't ask for more than that.
Slaps going to back on down as the push starting to come through from Snailboy and Slugman. Saki though trying to help out his teammate is going to be able to, but Slaps again picking up kills. Had a really good couple of rounds ever since things have changed around at the half. Saki gets caught on the wall. It will eventually be taken down, and Breaker was trying to save his teammate as best he can. He may be next on the chopping block, and he is. Slaps finds that, and now Crazed making the move over the rest of his team. Just banged in a position to really do anything, and he's got a few members of Savage Camping in the way to stop that. That's going to be 5-1. It was a bit of a slow start to the game, but Savage Camping really got things going in 4, 5, and 6. A big, big win for them. And we'll take the series lead 1-0.
Definitely a very, very good performance coming through from Savage Camping there on a map that I thought, Chris, Snailboy and Slugman should have a little bit of a better hope on. They looked good on it earlier in the tournament. They really didn't bring that same fire, and I want to talk about one thing with you. I think initials is probably the word I'd use to sum it up with, and I want to look at Craze specifically. That first round, it was just exemplary from him. It was fantastic, and that's pretty much what happened across the board all the way through that map on Harbour. 6 rounds, 5 of those initials went the way of Savage Camping, and Savage Camping, they are very good at rolling with that advantage, it seems, because they close those rounds out pretty quick, apart from that, you know, that one round where they had to clutch up and come back from their spawn. The rest of it seemed pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and you know, in fairness to Snailboy, I think if you look at that round that they could have won and were very, very close to doing so, it's a very different scoreline as we go on through, and maybe, things change up a little bit, but ultimately they didn't, and, it's a very, very good win for Savage Camping. I think you're right, though, those initials really were something that they rolled with consistently. They were winning them consistently, and they're making something out of them consistently as well. And I mean, is that maybe just a map with the amount of control you can get from those initials coming your way? I mean, I know on specific maps it is maybe a little bit more powerful. It feels like on Harbor they become maybe a little bit more important than on some maps, and especially in 4v4. If you're losing a lot of members at the beginning of the map, or beginning of the round, I should say, it's not ideal because you've got so long to wait for them. It's quite a small map, really, Harbor, and things can be, escalate very, very quickly, pardon the pun, but, things can get going, and if you lose that initial heavily, you're in a bad spot, and ultimately, one of the main reasons as to why Savage camping on 1-0. Asylum coming up next.
Yeah.
Do we feel a little bit better, Snail Boy and Slug on this one? Possibly.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, to be honest, Asylum, it's not so much, a headbutt, to be honest with you. You can play it a little bit further back. You got to be careful not to give too much map control away, but you don't have to just run into Nasher range, right? Up top, that can be kind of, subdued a little bit. Same on the tracks. You can see a little bit of a slower play sometimes. So I think it might help, Snail Boy and Slugman a little bit out, but it is all about those initials. If they start to lose those and they can't get back into the game again, there really is no hope for them on Asylum, on Exhibit, on it could be on any map, right? It doesn't really matter what map if you're losing initials that often, you've really got to be, you got to be fixing that before you've even thinking about winning the game, because it is happening too much. And actually, that is one of my notes I put down, and I should have mentioned it just before we went onto the Asylum comment, is that even when they played Harbor last time, Crime Time from FR team was winning those initials, against Snailboy and Slugman very, very easily. And they were winning those 1v1s round after round after round. Yes, Snailboy and Slugman, they beat them in the end, but their retakes were much better in that map. Against the likes of Savage Camping, who are, in everyone's opinion, really a much higher caliber team. You're not going to get those second attempts, right? Those retake attempts. And if the same happens here on Asylum, where we're going to see the same story, really, I expect Savage Camping to do really well, because it's another map where you can set up on and you can make plays on, and you can use those grenades to to open things up with. It's going to be a good map for Savage Camping if they can play the way they just played on Harbor.
They should be able to. Let's be honest, I am curious, though, to see how far they go. If they can go on to win this one, I'm just looking who they would actually go up against, and it would be either HPJC or Maradona, of course, so that'll be a cracking semi-final nonetheless. It'll be interesting to see Craze going up against HPJC, which is looking more likely at this point, as they are 1-0 up in the series. I do believe they're going on a Vazgal map 2 after a 5-3 win on Asylum for HPJC. But speaking of Asylum, we'll go over there now ourselves as well. Savage Camping 1-0 up in this series. Fifth seed for them coming into this one. You'd imagine that's going to rise heading into week number 5. But the performance so far, can they cap it off with a 2-0 win?
Very good question. Very good question. I think the thing I'm looking out for as we go into this opening segment here on Asylum is who gets that first blood, who gets that first kill, right? Who can find the down, can find the elimination, because I think that's going to be a real indicator of how far this map goes. If Snailboy and Slugman can, play this a little bit easier, a little bit carefuler, maybe they got a bit more hope. And see them on this COG side, they are playing a little bit further back, like I mentioned. They are trying to just delay this fight a little bit, but the smoke grenades coming down, Chris, something that teams are starting to opt for more and more now, as opposed to those flashbangs. Get a little bit of vision control as well as map control. You're in a good spot.
C and B in their possession here. Savage Camping, who are now obviously on the swarm side. TJ pushing forward, trying to get the shots, not quite there, but in the end, Crazed is there to help him out, but not necessarily a great deal of fighting being won on this side of things by Savage Camping, but they're getting enough done. It's the overextension over towards A here. Breaker is going to put himself in a spot in between a rock and a hard place. They really do need to win that fight up top. Brutal's going to go down, so Breaker's probably going to follow. There it is. Now the push on for the home hill of Snailboy and Slugman is going to come in. Savage Camping all around this now. Need to clear them up pretty quickly, though, because the respawns will be coming in a second. Bang is going to find one on the Slays and will get dropped himself, though, but here come the rest of the team here. Surely domination ticking on through. TJ finds one, Crazed finds the other. And is that maybe a sign of things to come as Savage Camping take round number 1?
Yeah. It was pretty much what I said, right? Who wins that first blood will probably roll through, and in the end, you saw it. Savage camping, they find that pick on Bang. They get the down, they get the kill, and they can just roll that into a triple cap so quickly. And I love at the end there, something to point out, the positioning you saw from all 4 players of Savage camping. You even saw one player leave the room. They went outside, they hid behind the box, and that was just because they knew the give distance. You can see it was TJ actually. I'm just looking in on the stream at the moment. It was TJ that just positioned himself in gib range, but just out the way so they could get the gib on both players at once who were trying to go for that last minute decap. Really good play again by Savage camping, and Voltok's out now. Shouldn't change this fight ever too much, to be honest with you. In fact, if anything, it'll probably slow it down a little bit.
Ever so slightly. It does hurt. Especially in the hands of a man who really, I haven't seen him miss a bullet yet. 2 shots off from Craze, then hit them both, and it just allows the team to get themselves in a better spot. Banged. You need to keep your head down. There's the first shot missed. That was fairly successful. 3-5 now. You know what it is. He's missed every shot since I said that, essentially. Banged up will be pretty damaged as he's making his way over here. Has had to take his time. Ultimately, you know, it has helped Savage camping get a hold of B in control from the beginning of the round once again. It'll just come down to these next couple of kills. And I think if it's Snail and Slugman, yeah, you can't allow that to happen so easily. It's just far too easy for them to push onto B uncontested. Lola, I know. You need to do a little bit better. I'm presuming you could hear the dog there. How was it? No.
I didn't hear the dog, but I just assumed you were calling me Lola. I thought we were going that way now. But they do. They need to do better. They need to push forward a little bit more aggressively, I think, in the opening. And see the domination starting to come through here. Savage camping. So quick. So easy, wasn't it, in the end?
Very easy. Far too easy, that one. That one's not a one that you can maybe not let slide. A couple of members down. Yes, okay, 2 of them are coming up off a respawn there, but there was people around C and B. Just feels as if maybe a little bit of indecisiveness from Snail and Slugman there. Not able to get things done and find themselves 2-0 down already. That's 2 quick rounds.
Interesting choice of weapons coming down. The Talon getting placed there on the Savage camping side. Wonder if that one will get used through. Drop shot going down though, up on that bridge area. Chris, always an interesting one to watch, and definitely always moves the focus, doesn't it? It just, you can see on the minimap, 3 players now up to the top. Everyone's going to run in. Smokes are down this time around. PJ so aggressive over the top. Misses the shot though. Breaker manages to find that first blood attempt now. Trades back and forth. Sark's is down. Drop shot gets picked up. Drop shot's going to get taken out though, and that should be on the floor as well here for the likes of Snail and Slugman to pick up. Going to go into the hands of Sarkster. We can see Breaker now getting the decap here. Is he going to try for the cap? I think he is. He's going to stay around for a little while. See the members of Savage camping coming off spawn. Good crossfire here from Breaker. We're going to move over to Sarkster though, who has got that drop shot, who will be trying to make plays. The Cog will dominate in just 5 seconds. I'm not too sure I agree with this positioning from the drop shot, to be honest with you. I think it's a little bit too far on the track side. I would have liked to seen that more kind of in the middle and being able to support both sides, and a big kill by TJ going to come through. The wraparound was there for a second, but Breaker's down up top as well, and now Chris, just like that, even with drop shot in hand, you can see Savage camping. They're now on a 2-cap hold here on the home side.
Not a bad spot to be in. It's something we do see quite often used to maybe just alleviate a little bit of pressure over towards B, which is what has ultimately happened. Snailboy and Slugman with only 1 man over there, but we know that Saki can transition over very quickly. Slazy should be dead. Good shot by Saki. That's going to negate that pressure away. They'll keep a hold of B, but they could do with doing something over towards A as well. Breaker is going to find 1 kill onto Craze though, so they should be able to close this one out. TJ goes down 2, and that's 2 for Breaker. Well played by him. A now in the hands of Snailboy and Slugman. Laps is going to go down here surely, as well as the rest of the team from Savage coming in off spawn. Brutal trying to put shots down with the Lancer, succeeding as well. Looks like a domination, maybe it'll tick in here. Chris is going to do something special. Coming in from behind is Brutal. Nobody there. Is TJ going to be able to get over towards B? Oh, not quite quick enough. First round on the board in Asylum. Snailboy and Slugman 2-1.
That was a much better round from Snailboy and Slugman. Actually, the second drop shot there from Sarkster was pretty much the catalyst for that entire play. The shot itself, like let's give praise, not to Craze. We'll give praise to Sarkster. The shot itself was perfect. It was really well placed, right on the up A-ing. You know, if he tried to back out, he'd get shot by it, he'd get killed by it. If he tried to up A, he'd get killed by it. It was super low, you know, it was going as fast as it possibly could. So yeah, really good shot. But what happened after that is actually Savage camping. They were a little bit too far pushed up over the bridge, and they tried to make a play on two fronts at once. Because they were so far pushed up, they could easily get crossed out, and you saw in the end, Socta, he looped through mid and made it a 3v2. Really nice play. Yeah, good old snowball. TJ this time, he's going to be the first one in. He's going to find one kill. Looking for a second, he will find Socta. He's going to push forward to try and find Bang D as he wants that highlight reel clip. TJ pushing for his third kill of the game, of the round. He cleans it up with a little bit of style as well, Chris. Now he's going to try and make it 4 here. Brutal, does he know he's behind him? It's not even going to matter. Savage camping. Not even Savage camping, just TJ running through his old teammates. Really nice play, and this should be another round coming through if they can just get a couple more kills.
Let's line them all up for Breaker. Literally fish in a barrel as he finds 3 of his own as well, and Savage camping answer back within 40 seconds in round number 4. As convincing as of a round you're likely to see. If I'm honest with you, I don't think I've seen a kill on the side of Snail Boy and Slugman. 3-1. There's for the taking here through. As things do change around, E becomes a little bit more important. That fight over towards the entrance becomes very, very influential on the round. Curious to see what's going to be built over this side of things. Shock's now going to be down for Savage camping. With only the retro there for Snail Boy and Slugman, so they put down the drop shot and they're going to maybe struggle a little bit more to get a hold of it. That shock will be very, very powerful.
It will, and the positioning of it, it's going to be key, right? You've got to make sure you land it perfectly. It's going to go up. Flaps his hands here. TJ not being as aggressive this time around. In fact, he's got to back off. He's taking a lot of damage. Down coming through on the side of Snail Boy and Slugman. Kill. Bang goes down. Breaker gets a double headshot. There we go. Sarkster gets a kill as well, and that's 3 dead now on the side of Savage camping. Slays in alive. Where is it? They've spotted him. He's at the track. Some crossfire coming down from Breaker should help his team clean this one up, and you can see Sarkster on the hill, on the opposition hill even. He'll try and lock in this. He's going to back out in just a second. Doesn't want to lose that drop shot, and I think maybe backed out a little bit too far here. Put a drop shot down, try and get a couple of kills here. There's the double kill, only gets 1. This time around though, Snail Boy and Slugman, they're trying to push forward. This is what I like to see from them, Chris. A little bit more aggression, a little bit more aggro as they go forward. They might lose the fight, but this is the spirit that they need to bring to be able to beat Savage camping here.
I'd really like to see Saki put that drop shot out. I know it was very much the readable player there, but if he puts it out and even finds 1, it just makes the job a lot easier. That initial time where Savage camping were all, I mean, there was 2 or 3 of them lining up off spawn. It was really the opportune moment to use it.
It's one of those where it perhaps, you know, he was trying to get the cap in, right? He was trying to get the cap, and the spawn protection runs out just at the other side of the ring, so you've got to time it perfectly. A second too soon, that spawn protection saves them. A second too late, they're on top of you and you're dead. So I think he decided in the end that he wasn't comfortable making that play, and he was comfortable trying to play the team fight, which I can see why, but I think you're right. In that situation, let's try and go for it. Make the flashy play. And even if they just roll back, you get the cap, right? And you come through with a round. But saying that, Snail Boy and Slugman, they're set up now here on the E-Hill. 70 points ahead. I'm going pretty weak here, but should be able to pretty safe as his teammates are going to try and get him back out of here as he gets crossfired from the middle. There's the push coming through from Savage camping.
Gonna make this one work, but Brutal is gonna find 2 down. Saki cleans up 1. Saki gets the second as well. Good round from Snail Boy and Slugman here, looking like it's gonna be their round as well. Flaps drops down, really well played by Saki. Gray's trying to get something going over towards the train tracks. Not able to help out with these shots due to the train. That's unfortunate, but I mean, realistically, 15 seconds here for Snail Boy and Slugman to close out this round, and off the current deficit. Drop shot in hand as well. Should be so difficult for Savage coming to do anything. There you go. Saki will find the shot. TJ at 2 seconds, and this one is done. 3-2. Snail Boy and Slugman not out of this one yet, considering Savage camping really roared into that 2-0 lead. Still 3-2 to them, but hasn't necessarily been plain sailing.
Definitely not. Definitely not. And now the question for me is, you know, this drop shot placement didn't really sway things, but it's definitely made it a little bit closer for Snail Boy and Slugman there. They're doing all right in these uphill fights, and the question is what does Savage camping now put down to bring to this fight? They've got the option of an upgrade, got the option of placing something elsewhere, and they're going to put down that Retro Lancer down on the track side. So looks like they're trying to play a little bit more home hill. It's an interesting one because if you can get control in that middle, a couple of those retro shots, you know, straight up top will definitely swing the fight a little bit. They do a lot of damage, and for me, I don't really think there's much difference there between the retro and the Boltok, but these guys going for that upgrade this side. Breaker with a nice shot grenade change of play. Throws it in the alcove this time, does get the down, but a second shot coming in from the side of Savage camping will mean that there's really nothing they can do about cleaning that one up. Breaker making the plays now, running through his ex-teammate really. That's the meat shield coming through. Nice cap, drop shot in hand. This is a really nice fight for Snailboy and Slugman.
Yeah, Bang has been having a lot of luck up top, hasn't it? Playing very, very well, and there's another down coming in here. I'm just going to leave him to it. This is a domination. I don't think there's going to be anyone near enough for Savage camping, and my goodness me. Snailboy and Slugman. Answer straight back here. 2 quick rounds for them. Seems as if we do actually have a game on our hands after a 5-1 first map and a good start in map number 2. You thought Savage camping would maybe just run away with it, but Snailboy and Slugman have been winning that fight ever since we went up towards the entrance. More eyes on that one has allowed Snailboy and Slugman to get themselves back into this game. Savage camping, do you maybe take something off here, or you just maybe get those incense coming in? Yep, makes sense. More tools to get a hold of this drop shot potentially, but I mean, they have had the upper hand on the weapon picks, of course, for quite some time now, and hasn't necessarily paid off for them yet.
Not really. I mean, there's an upper hand until the point at which the drop shot's picked up, right? And three rounds out the 4, it's gone the way of Snailboy and Slugman. So we'll see what happens. See what happens. Incendiaries go down, shock grenades go down. Bang is going to go down again to start with. Some chip damage coming through from TJ's. He's just trying to get the elbow here, and some shots coming from down low will help clean that one up. Sarkis is going to fall. 2v2 situation now with a meat shield in the hands of Savage camping. They should have the advantage here as they've got a little bit more health. That health plays off. Breaker and Bang does fall. This is a very, very nice setup now for Savage camping. They've got the top control, they've got the bottom control, they've got the drop shot. They should push forward, they should be on a triple cap if they can just find a couple of kills here. As Sarkster, he's going to be the first one. Drop shot's going to clean him up. 2 seconds on the doors. Breaker's going to try and make the hero play. Nothing coming through yet. And it is going to be Savage camping. They're going to be 1 step away, taking this one 2-0. They got 4-3.
Much better. It's come down to who's winning that initial up top, and ultimately who's coming out on top in the round. Savage camping 4-3 now. My god, is Slazen living on the server? Got 1 ping.
Is that what it was? I didn't
yeah,
see
it
it.
it flicked to 2 for a second. But no, 100% was 1 or 2 ping. That is
At least it's not -1.
That is something.
It's inside the server. Incendiaries now being matched on both sides. The lock's going to come in though for the shot grenade, and this is where that weapon advantage starts to come into play. You've got a round where you have no opposite shot. This should be a free drop shot pick in pretty much anyone's strat book if they can execute properly here. Slaps has the opportunity though with that incendiary to make the play.
Yeah, you can see the Snailboy and Slugman have not sent nearly as many people over this way. Oh, I'm trying to get a hold of the incense shot. Or the incense grenade, I should say, whilst the drop shot was being picked up, but TJ gets out with maybe a little bit less hair, but nonetheless with the drop shot. Can't quite get a hold of E here though, and Snailboy and Slugman quite happy to sit back and wait for the drop shot to come through. Breaker's going to go down. This might be the moment to try and get something done, but they set up the Lancers very, very well. TJ now just locks it in. Slazen will find a kill. Oh, just a down over on the other side of things as Brutal drops. Praise down, should be able to help his teammate out, and should be able to confirm that kill onto Brutal if needs be, but he's going to drop nonetheless. Savage camping in a good spot here. Slaps putting down the shock. It's really well played. Yeah, very, very nicely done. Just slows down this push, completely nullifies it if anything. Savage camping looking good here in this round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's just what that shot grenade does for you, right? I mean, at the start, you saw the play from Snail and Slugman. They tried to do something a little different. They didn't put any resources up top. They waited for that incendiary to rotate round, and they put 2 through the middle to try and force something on the home hills. But if the incendiary doesn't connect, and you haven't got 2 people to be focusing that corner with the Lancer, that top shot, they're getting out. They're getting out now. We're looking at Brutal on the opposite side of the map. He's going to get crossfired in the back. Not the best of positioning here, but Breaker's here to save the day.
Sorry, but it's
Coming through. They need to keep
done
themselves
well.
alive here.
Done very, very well here. Oh, Saki's going to find the kill on the slaps as well. So the home hill push comes in from Snailboy and Slugman. That means a win condition to them of around a minute. The match on that is going to be broken back, but that is not going to give them a chance to get something going over towards E. They make the push there. TJ will find 1 or nothing actually before backing on down. Having to back down. The domination's denied because they win the fight over towards D. But they've lost E in the process. Savage Camping will not be happy with how that one's worked out. And not only have they lost E, they've lost the drop shot. Blazing should really be dead. Drop shot wasted though. Brutal not necessarily in the best spot either. Is going to find the shots there though. Is Banged able to clean up slaps? He is, and there's somebody down in the door. So Savage Camping have to get going. Need a break. They get it. Which way is it going to go this fight though? Snailboy and Slugman still here trying to fight this one out. But the flag going to be coming in. That's going to be TJ. And he's going to find 3. Oh, that's a big, big play out of him. Huge from TJ. Saki overextending over towards D. You already got the T-cap in there. Still around that is able to go either way. Saki trying to make the push. Slaps is very, very low, but he has help off the respawn from Crazed. E is actually going over towards Snailboy and somewhere. They need to make this work here, TJ and Co. Savage Camping need to get this over at F. They will get it over at F. That win condition will be halved. 5 seconds. Nobody there to do anything for Snailboy and Slugman. Savage Camping. 5-3, map number 2, 5-1 in map number 1. A very, very convincing win there. Comfortable in map number 1 and a good game in map number 2. Savage Camping advance on to the semi-finals.
And deservedly so. You got to say it. They were absolutely the better team through 2 maps, and it was pretty much the nail in the coffin there when they just couldn't get the kill on Slazin. He was crawling out in the smoke in front of them. They didn't have eyes on that down, and they were so focused on trying to find that down through the smoke, they didn't even see TJ jump over their cover. He went straight over the top of one of the...
To be honest, he just appeared on my screen,
cover.
so I was like, where did he come from? I was like, oh, he must have flanked.
Bang. Triple kill. And, you got to give it to TJ. He made some real big plays throughout that entire series, and especially in that second map when his team needed it the most.
Yeah, really big plays from TJ. That's going to advance on through Savage Camping, who are an interesting squad to look at. It has to be said. They'll be moving into the semi-finals. I believe they'll probably be playing Blackhawk down, so that could be a very, very interesting... Actually, no, hold on, sorry. No, they'll be going against Maradona or former Elevate, of course, as well. So, I mean, either way, it's going to be a spicy game. Semi-finals will be coming up very, very shortly, but a good game to kick things off there through. I mean, anything for Snailboy and Slugman out of that one? A disappointing performance, you want to say, maybe a little bit?
I'd say so. I would say that it worked when things were in their favor. They obviously had the fight down up top on the drop shot, but the moment that they had to deal with that second shot grenade, it was so difficult for them. And before that, initials, that's where I'm looking. It just wasn't good before they had a focus. The 4v4 initials with no set focus was not great. Good at set plays, which that really does surprise me for a Breaker team, that their set plays are pretty neat. But anything before that, where it's just 1v1s, 2v2s. Doesn't seem to be their forte right now.
Yeah, it comes down to maybe just that talent up close and personal with the Nasher, that slaying ability not necessarily being there for them. They will drop out, but of course we will see Savage Camping advance on through. Semi-finals are coming up after this quick commercial break. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Open Series week number 4 semi-finals coming up, and a great quarterfinals that we've seen between two brand new teams, if you like. It's just went underway, and it was a 2-0 victory for Crazed and the boys. They advance on through into the semi-final, and they're going to be a team that we're going to be watching now. And this should be a spicy one as well. We've got basically former Elevate minus Crazed going up against Crazed News team here through, and it should be a very good one. It's definitely an interesting one. It has history. It has history. So we're excited for it.
No one can say that EGL doesn't find the good matches. This is going to be a real barnstorm, a barn burner.
I mean, it was
barnstorm, a barn
something.
something. It's going to be a good one. To be honest with you, as Craze just go against his old team there, and you know what? They look fantastic as well against Breaker and the boys. They had a really good performance, straight 2-0. They took it on Harbour pretty convincingly. The second map was a little bit more of the same on Asylum, and just heard that we're going into Asylum first as well, which is going to be another repeat, obviously, of what we've just seen. But they know how to play it. They're pretty good at it. Their rotations are snippy. They get those kills early. I'm excited to see this. Hydron's going to have a little bit of work cut out for him, I think, on that top bridge.
Yeah, potentially. I think it's going to be a good game. We've seen TJ have a very, very solid one for Savage camping there in the previous match. So I'm curious if we can keep this going. For me, the biggest thing out of this one, I want to see how good HPJC are after a decent amount of practice. We've seen them push Black Hawk down last week, of course, without much practice at all, and now finding themselves in a spot where they've had time to practice. It sounds like they really are putting the time in. Things are going to get very, very interesting, and I hope this rivalry is going to continue to develop. It's almost like, in the Pro League, like we didn't get to see, obviously, Rated R and Elevate against each other each week.
Yep.
We very well could see that matchup technically every single week. It could very well be the finals most weeks, or a semi-final until seeds sort itself out. It's a game that we're looking forward to seeing, and we may well get it very, very shortly. Black Hawk down on the other side of things in their semi-final, looking to advance on. But can the boys here from HPJC get rid of Savage Company? We'll find out very, very shortly. The game's just restarting. I do know there's some potential issues with the servers. Through, if you could sort that out, please.
I'll try my best.
We will get that sorted as soon as we can. Anyway, we'll get back into the game. I know we have had some issues, so I do apologize for the very slight delay. But what are your predictions for this one? Because for all that, HPJC haven't really played a great deal recently. They still, as a core, should really know exactly what they're doing. And I think that's a big reason as to why we've seen them have a close game against Black Hawk down last week.
Yeah, it was a close game. I think as well this week you got to look at who they've just played. They've just beaten Maradona. They've just come through one of the best teams, to do it so far in this EGL Open Series, and it wasn't really that close either. It was a straight 2-0, 5-3 on Asylum, 5-3 on Vascar. Toby Campbell doing God's work, bringing us those score updates, and also actually the final scoreboards as well. And I can tell you, Phelpsy and Krim were doing so well. Phelpsy at the end of the Vascar game, 25 kills, 13 assists and only 10 deaths. It's a really a strong scoreline. Krim 21, 17 and 7, doing Krim things, right? I mean, he's down on that tracks most likely on Asylum, never dying, doing doing everything he wants to do, really, essentially. But yeah, if they can play like that, I actually do see HPJC coming through. No disrespect really to Savage Camping. I thought they looked great that last game, but the chemistry that HPJC have is, pretty much second to none at this point. They've been playing together for almost a decade. Not really, but they've been playing together a very long time. Savage Camping, they're a new team. They can only be so practiced, right? They can only really know so much. And in the end, that experience, that playing together, that time together is going to trump a hot, on fire new team.
100%. Hopefully we can get into this game very, very shortly. But I mean, HPJC just going on to beat, of course, Maradona. That's going to be the first time we're not going to see them in the grand finals in the Open Series. So that's a disappointing top 8 placement for themselves, and questions will possibly be asked. But HPJC very much, obviously, a team that are going to provide some entertainment. It has to be said. If they're going on to beat Maradona, we know that they're going to have it in their locket to get to a grand final. Will they have it in their locket to potentially be Black Hawk down? We seen, what was it, map 2 round 9 last time they met. So whatever happens in this game, I do honestly expect, as we sort of were alluding to there, HPJC to win this one. I do. I kind of want them to, because I want to see the matchup between themselves and Black Hawk down, and that's nothing on the Savage Camping, because I like the boys on that team too. But this rivalry is just continued, and I say it's continued. We missed it for a bit, and it feels like it's bubbling again. And I just want to say it again. I want that old rated R Elevate kind of. I want them talking shit to each other on Twitter, etc., etc. So I want to see that back, and that can accumulate in a grand final here in week number 4. So let's see if they can get it done. I mean that's me presuming Black Hawk Down are going to win their semis, but at this moment in time, they just look so good. They look so
well,
good.
That's what I was going to mention. I was going to say you're doing 3x Rowdy a disservice here. What if they come through and win? But
yeah,
I think seed wise, you got to look at it as the top.
I think
seed
it's
will go
fair,
through, right? And
yeah, I think it's fair to say
the
that
previous tournament winners will go through.
Yeah.
But I think that's a tough game as well on the other side of the bracket, right? Obviously, we're not going to get to see that one unless it goes to a map 3. We maybe jump in that last map, but we probably won't get to see it. But what we do know is that those two teams are stacked, both of them. Cougars, Marsh, Dragon, Strikers on the side of Black Hawk Down. We've seen them countless times. Fantastic team. But 3x Rowdy, it's looking like a good roster. Vision, Ricardo, Warrior Guns, Nestiques. These guys have been around for a long time. They've played a lot together. Remember when we were doing the Challenger Cups? These guys were winning it almost every week, a couple of years ago. And they really do know it. They know the game. They know that the technical side is fantastic. They're really strong players individually. And their teamwork is obviously there as well now. And top 4, that's a good placement. And potentially top 2 if they can just make an upset.
Yeah, it would be an upset in fairness. I think, we expect Black Hawk Down to make a grand final here once again. And I'm just curious to see if anybody can beat them. I think, the closest we've seen has been HPJC. So let's see if they can get themselves to another grand final. Hopefully we'll be able to load into this game in a second. I do know that there, as I said, has been issues with the servers tonight. So hopefully we can get into the game very, very shortly. But I wonder... You've seen. I don't know if you caught the game last week between HPJC and Black Hawk Down, but how close it was after that very minimal practice for the former Elevator boys. Do you think they'll be thinking this week?
Yeah.
If we do get into a grand final against Black Hawk Down, that we have a very, very good chance.
I think they should think that. I don't think there should be something in the back of their minds telling them that this is going to be Black Hawk Down's game, because we know these teams go back and forth. We know these players go back and forth. We know they've got history. We know that both of these teams have won on both sides of that history, right? Essentially, the early days, Elevate, they were the big dogs. They always won, right? They found their way to pip Rated R at the post, essentially. And yes, we know in the latter end of the Pro League over here in Europe, Rated R were the better team. Now Black Hawk Down were the better team, but ultimately, these two teams both know they can be the better team given the hard work. It just depends who's put that hard work in.
Well, here we go then. Map number 1 between HPJC and Savage Camping, of course. Savage Camping formally on this run. Oh, man, we're not starting, are we, by the looks of things? What's going on, boys? Come on now. Ridiculous.
Third time lucky, right? Third time's the charm.
Hopefully we are able to get in very, very shortly. I'm just having an inspect of the bracket there to see if there was any other teams that we could have talked about, maybe having a disappointing time. But I think Maradona's the standout one. I think it's a very, very tough matchup for them against HPJC. Coming as the number 1 seed, of course, after making 3 grand finals in a row. Going out against 9th seed, although, you only put so much stock into the seed there. If on a very, very low tier level. Of course, we know HPJC, very, very solid squad. So them going through, it's definitely going to bump their seed up 100% as weeks go on. So maybe things become a little bit more breezy for them to get through the bracket. Although it was a 2-0 series, actually, as you pointed out. And it was a 5-3, 5-3. So
a couple of 5-3s, yeah.
Not necessarily convincing, but relatively comfortable. So, I mean, that's big results as well against a team that has just looked fantastic on the slaying department. I mean, when you're looking at Payne's only going 13, 11, and 16 on Asylum, he's the moneymaker for that squad, isn't he? He's the one that needs to be in there and putting up the big numbers. Although all the other team are, very much capable of doing that, you need Payne to be putting up big numbers if they want to beat a team like HPJC, and not able to do so this time round. But as pointed out by yourself as well, look at that, 25 and 13 and 10 from Phelpsy in map number 2 on Vasgar. Crimson's only dying 7 times on Vasgar in 8 rounds. It's just Crim things, isn't it? And on top of that, getting 21 kills and 17 assists. So HPJC are looking very, very good. Hopefully we can get in to see how good they look. Teachers in that chat saying the servers are bad, we're all lagging. I wonder if we potentially go for a break to see if the teams can get this sorted. I know it's obviously not their fault, but if they can get themselves sorted out, and then we can jump into the game when it is ready to go. So we're going to go for another quick break. Servers are having a bit of a moment, so hopefully we can get it sorted out very, very shortly. We'll be back with the semi-finals after this. Servers have fixed themselves, ladies and gents, and here we go into the game. Savage Camping taking on HPJC. It should be a spicy one. Of course, Savage Camping, looking at that roster, just thrown together over the past couple of weeks. It's sort of the offcast from... Yeah, actually it is, yeah. It's offcast from Elevate and offcast of Rated R. And 2 members of the former Obey squad coming up against pretty much ex-Elevate is essentially where we're at here. So it should be a nice little game. So far so good though. Slazen finds 2 and Slaps is going to find another onto Crimson. So good start for Savage Camping, being so under their control.
Very strong round, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a really good start for them, but Jack's actually made the push back round. Resin backing on down now. Which way is this fight going to go? Inside of A. It looks like it's going to go over towards Savage Camping. It's been a great start from them. Crimson's is around the back to try and stop this domination ticket in. We'll find another one at TJ as well, which will be cleaned up by Hydra, and so they just about keep themselves in it. Early push from Savage Camping has been solid. A decent enough little lead from them at the beginning of this game. Crazed Desert's answer back against Crimson's as well, so real nice stuff from Savage Camping so far.
Definitely so indeed. Did not expect this, but I suppose their initials were good, weren't they, before, so I'm surprised they're doing pretty well here. That's a lovely shot, isn't it, coming through from Crimson as he absolutely batters Slaps, and now he's moving into position to make some plays over on the track side once again. And Slazen played against this chap many a time, and this time around Savage Camping, you see the backup coming through all the red names. Will be over here to defend the B hill. 140 points, 150 points to 110 as Savage Camping do hold that 2-cap. They will be slowly edging their way towards this first round victory, and it's up to HPJC now to try and make the break. Good lance fire coming through. TJ's going to go down, perhaps stood up a little bit too long, and now the offense comes through from HPJC. This is what they're so good at, swarming. They made a play, they found a play, and they will get that D-cap on the B.
The train might just about save Savage Camping from a big push coming in from towards B. Gonna be slightly delayed here. Ray's gonna have to back on down, and Hydro not necessarily the best at spots is gonna be able to get away far enough. Crimson's gonna go down, the revive chain happens, and all of a sudden they do survive. But Savage Camping, not necessarily in the worst of spots here. They will win off of 1-cap. If they can just hold on and trade out these gunfights, they'll be looking good. But Slazen, not necessarily in the best spot either. He's going to push to the other side and runs into Crimson's. All of a sudden, the domination's ticking on through. They need to get rid of Slaps up top. They do so. This push from TJ should be quick. And nope, we can't quite get in there. Domination ticks on through for HPJC. A very closely contested round number 1 goes their way.
Really was close, wasn't it? And, you know, in the end, it's just a couple of kills down on tracks. TJ just poking out for perhaps just a little bit too long against HPJC. They find that down, they find the kill coming through, and you saw the aggression. I wish they pushed upon it as soon as they found that down. Really nice play, and actually Phelps, he killed TJ off spawn again, and that just ended up being a 4v3, essentially 4v2 for that home hill. Pretty nice play there from HPJC. Nice to come back from being quite far down as well in that round. You gotta say that. Certainly got a bit of resilience in them.
See what happens on this side of things now. Jack and Phil, can they have a better start to this one? Interested to see when things get up and running once again for Jack. On his day, was just the best player to watch in Europe at times. I think him and Dragons for me were some of the most entertaining moments, if you like, throughout the Pro League, and it'll be interesting to see if he can find those feet again. Spotting out for his team, and nobody getting a hold of B yet, but yeah, Jack could be so influential on the squad.
Absolutely, and you know, he's been out of the game a little bit, hasn't he? Just coming back in, new tuning, 4v4. You know, he's got a lot to kind of catch up to, but I think he's the type of player that will find very quickly how to do so, and looks like he's already done that with a nice skill coming through, the headshot coming through there. But yeah, I think Dragons and Jack, they're kind of polar opposite players. Maybe not polar opposite. Maybe Dragons and Crim are polar opposites in terms of their playstyle, but Jack sits, I guess, more on the kind of Crim side, a bit more reserved, a little bit more cautious in his gameplay, but super person to have on your team, essentially. Super kind of controlled player is what I'd say. He's not always the guy to kind of fly in and make brave plays, but he does come through with some really nice ones.
In a nice place, Savage Camping are going to get one off in the middle of the map. Crimson's going to overextend just to... Oh, not back actually. To cover C as the push is going to start coming through from Savage camping now. Good shots by Slazin. And a bit of added pressure on. Shots as well on the fade away from that one. Well played. He's going to push on through the rest of the team here now as well. Domination should tick up in a second. Hydrone just being pressured and pressured and pressured. That's going to be the round. I really like what Savage Camping did there. They get a hold of B. They push towards C, but they don't go for the kill straight away. They try to set up, keep the pressure going, find a couple more kills, and then they make their move. Well played.
Yeah, well played indeed. And, Slazin just manhandling HPJC down on the tracks to start that off with. Really nice double kill coming in from him, and then Zem again. Nice play on the statue. A little bit of supporting fire coming in from a teammate, but in the end, Slazin hitting those shots, and he gets the kill on Hydron as well to finish it off. So really nice play by Slazin. Some fantastic support play as well coming in from the rest of Savage Camping, and 1-1 is how you want to start this game off, this series off, as we are in the semi-finals now. Best of 3, first map.
Round number 3 now. Nothing crazy on the drop point yet. Skills are plenty. So these can make a bit of a difference in this push towards B. Did do in the previous game between Savage Camping and Breaker and Co. Did help with the push for Savage Camping when Crazed was landing a few shots with that Bull Talk. Just creates that little bit of extra pressure. But up towards the bridge side, Crimson's the one to fight against Slaps, and he'll make his way over towards C, creating even more pressure. Savage Camping will potentially do something at B. He's just going to make the push forward. Phelps is aware of that. The flash was out preemptively. Can they shut him down? Himself and Jack should be able to do so. There you go. And then the second push is going to come through. Well played by those two. B now in their hands. They've left C at the wayside, and Jack has left the game because he's just been run over by a train. Not ideal.
Early ticket for Jack, yeah. Seems so. Not ideal at all, but I think the execution on the play beforehand was nice. They did isolate TJ. They managed to find that kill, and they were quick to turn around as well to find the second. So really well played there by HPJC. That's what they do well. They isolate. They quickly execute. Here comes the smokes. Smokes are plenty as well here from Savage Camping. Frey's just cutting off Jack Fex's, aisle through there, but Jack Fex, he's got the luxury of his teammate being able to get the spots on the track side here. Phelps, he will be getting those spots. Jack can just aim at the spot instead. Doesn't need perfect vision. Just needs to know the location, right? And that's exactly what happened just there.
And continuing at B though, Savage Camping will get a hold of it. Frey's yet to really stamp his authority on the game so far, although we're very early onto Asylum so far. Obviously Colding run around B, but can't really do much for this. They are going to back on down. Savage Camping very much controlling the train tracks at the moment. Bit of stalemate here. HPJC are going to make a move very shortly, I'd imagine.
Yeah, the issue they're having here is TJ in this middle room is just controlling the fight so well, and he's moving between the bottom side, the sign side, and this middle wall here, and in the end, HPJC decided they couldn't make that tracks push, not while TJ was there and looking in. They've rotated around, they've pushed Savage Camping off top, which means that TJ now will be in a little bit of scrutiny as you can see the fire coming down from atop. He can't push down towards that sign anymore, which means HPJC will be able to start to make this push. You can see the smoke grenade coming in, that's going to block vision. Hydron will go down, some good fire from Slazin coming through, and it will be a Savage Camping kill coming through, but in the end, I like the idea from HPJC. Just a really nice defense there from Savage Camping with Slazin making that rotation around to support the B fight.
Savage Camping looking to take a lead here. They'll be able to do so with a recapture of C. That pretty much should seal it. 2-cap would not do it for HPJC at this point. Jack to be winning that gunfight, not going to happen. Savage Camping about to take a 2-1 lead here. And they've been good rounds from them. They've shown good quick one in round number 2, of course, where they just flicked the switch and got things going, but then that's more of a long drawn out one. Well played.
Well played indeed, and I want to go back a little bit to a comment you made about Crazed. He's not getting the kills, absolutely right, but it looks like he's kind of fallen back a little bit into the supporting role that we saw him on HPJC. He's got the likes of Slaps, he's got the likes of TJ and Slazin flying around outside of him, and In the end, what's really needed right now against HPJC is not another Slayer, because if you try that, you're just going to get crossed out to hell, really, from HPJC. What you need is that anchoring player, that supporting player, and it looks like Craze is fulfilling that role at the moment, putting the damage down, shooting across the map. He's got 4 kills, but he's got 11 assists to his name, only 3 deaths, keeping himself alive. Good play from Craze so far.
He's going to be mixing up top at the bridge, of course, as the drop shot has come through. TJ may actually get a chance to drop this one in. Is he going to be able to get out as well? There was a potential shot there on the Hydro. Oh my goodness, you actually found the kill there. Jack should go down too. TJ keeping this one backpack. Crimson's round behind as well. Plenty of damage in with the pistol. Oh, Crimson's.
Yeah. You ain't getting out of that one. Not by sitting still, at least.
I like how there's still 3 of them. We're like, okay, let's just make sure we do this right. It is a Crimson.
They do exactly right. They do exactly right. A lower team, or a lesser team, I suppose, in terms of seeding, they'd have probably ran at that. We're 3v1, of course we're going to win the fight. But you know what? If you're 3v1 and you trade out there and Crim goes 1 for 1, he's at the advantage there, because he's drawn 3 players' time away. Whereas you've only got to worry about 1. Nice drop shot coming through, though, by TJ. Good to get the 2nd kill. Slazin's going to be the one that cleans it up, and that's a nice play from Savage Camping. But yeah, back to the point, Crim, he just absolutely cannot be afforded to be trading out in that position, and what Savage Camping did there and take it real slow, that's exactly what
Obviously trying to shut down this domination coming on through, but it's another great drop shot.
TJ.
That's 4 for 2 shots from TJ. And that's 3 out of 4 rounds for Savage Camping. Tell you what, I did say that I was saying before, I was really quite confident for HPJC, yeah, and it is, you know, only round number 4 or map number 1, but Savage Camping are really here to play.
Yep, yeah, they are doing ever so well at the moment. You got to say, I mean, TJ back-to-back double drop shot kills. Like, what more do you want? I mean, are you going to be triples next round? That drop shot is not a good placement for HPJC if they saw the last game, you know? It's one of those things where you should have been putting something else up there to stop the drop shot going down, because Savage Camping are so good at that fight. They get it out so quickly, and they can obviously use it as well. TJ, 4 kills, 2 shots. It's what you want from your drop shot player.
Can't expect much else, really, can you? Very rare 3 players are going to be lingering together, so 4 is a very nice return. Maybe don't let him get a hold of it this time. He runs on through the smoke, and they'll go for the pickup, of course, and they use this to get this out, but I tell you what, that's just a perfectly used shock. It just shuts down the fire that would come back through, and he gets out very simply. Needs to stay alive here, though. Plenty of shots coming in onto TJ, and needs to try and make use of this drop shot as effectively once again.
He's going to get 1. It's
down, though. Yeah.
It's not as splashy, that 1 kill.
It works.
But what it did, it alleviated so much pressure. They had a free route out up top then. If they needed to back out, they could. And, you know, that drop shot wasn't necessarily about gaining anything, but it was about making sure they didn't lose anything. And it's what you need sometimes. Sometimes it's not about those double kills. Sometimes it's not about the offensive plays. It's about the defensive ones. And TJ makes it count twice.
Spot for HPJC, yeah. And if you look at this team as well, how sweet would this be for Crazed? Of course, more Pro League sort of, you know, got taken away from us to a certain respect. We know that Crazed was going to be dropped from this team. Oh, that's no, that's going to work, isn't it? Oh my
Trick
god.
shot, TJ!
He hasn't meant to do that, though, has he?
It's not a talk, though, TJ. It's a drop shot. You're not supposed to do that with that. That's brilliant,
though. Oh, that's so rough. Who did he kill? I don't even remember that. That is
Oh, I'll tell you in a minute when I see the replay, but
oh, this Phelpsy.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Even when he doesn't make the shot, he makes the shot. Perfect.
Has he meant to do this? Has he? I'm watching it back on the stream, because obviously we have a slight delay. Yeah, nah. Why would it bounce that way? Drop shot physics.
Oh, that's fantastic. I've lost all count of what's going on in the round, but that's made my day.
Savage Camping still looking solid in this round, although HPJC definitely a bit more at the races. That drop shot not quite used as effectively as it had been, as Hydron finds 2 downs. Can he clean these up? Can he find the 3rd kill as well? Gonna manage to find 2. Oh, Slay's in dead as well. Well played by Hydron. Crimson's gonna get rid of the player on the drop shot as well. That was going to be crazy. He did manage to backpack it though, so well played by him, but HPJC in a good spot now. The Fox is coming in as Hydron tries to get aggressive. Cog team win condition is still there. How the hell has he put that down from there? My goodness, Hydron still going, surely not over the cover. My goodness me. Oh dear, what a round that was, by the way, by both teams. But Hydron at the end, that is a ridiculous play.
Yeah. That's Awaken the Monster, isn't it? Kind of play that. That's fantastic from Hydra. And we've seen him do it before in Asylum. Remember the triple kill he got when he just ran through the smoke and just destroyed the other team? And he just bang, bang, bang through the smoke. Pretty much shades of that. Guess the first kill. Slaps dies. 2nd kill coming through as well. Jumps the wall. Guess the beautiful play there from Hydron. And you got to say, you can't give these kind of players that kind of opportunity. We saw it on the top bridge as well. Doing the same thing up there. Back-to-back fantastic plays from HPJC, and you know what? They needed it. At this point in the game, they really needed that. 4-1 down, they'd have been a real rough spot.
Yeah, it's a very, very different scoreline, isn't it? 3-2 to 4-1. Always these sort of rounds that is very, very crucial. You get them under your belt. If you are behind, that's a really, really good shot going to come through, though, and an equally as good drop shot from Phelpsy. Feels like HPJC are just starting to warm up a little bit now. Savage Camping took a solid lead. Jack is going to be picked back up, and E should be in their hands. Potential for a push over towards D, although the rest of Savage Camping respawning back up. He's going to have to back on down here. Still 1 shot left in that drop shot. Phelpsy in control. Good start to the round for HPJC.
Definitely good, and I liked how they got control of that drop shot this time. They've been letting that up a little bit too easy for my liking the last couple of rounds, and you can see now Savage Camping, they're pushing up, but only 1 person is there. They know that they're probably going to be the sacrificial lamb if they step out into that E-hill, so at the moment they're just playing it safe. But Savage Camping, they need to make the play, essentially. They're 20 points down. Eventually it will tick over towards HPJC, a couple of minutes in the future, but right now, it's up to Savage Camping to make the move. They're going to try and make the move. Crimson's is going to go down. Quindine has left the game, whoever that was, and the drop shot's going to go out. That's a nice double drop shot. 2 back-to-back double drop shots from Phelpsy. TJ can do it. Phelpsy can do it. This is fantastic from both teams. Drop shots being used perfectly. I love to see it.
Very, very well played by these two teams throughout this game. It's been high level, it has to be said. Been big players out of both teams, and Savage Camping have found themselves, did find themselves in a 3-1 lead, but HPJC seemingly fighting back. The drop shot will be really handy right now for Phelpsy, but gonna have to back on down, of course. No Lancer available for him, but he going over towards Savage Camping. That's a win condition over to them as well. Flash coming out, they're gonna have to back down. There's some good Lancer fire coming in from TJ up top. Crimson's going to find the down onto him, though, and also onto Crazed from Phelpsy. Really well played. Now comes the push here from HPJC. What's going on the other side of the map? We can see Hydron's over towards the train tracks. He'll just have to defend F. These teams should get a hold of E here as they force them away. The typical war that you have up here. Just back and forth, back and forth. Who can put the damage down? Who can regenerate and try and make the most of it? Drop shot coming out as that one's going to be reloaded by Phelpsy. That one not quite as successful as his previous 2, but nonetheless, HPGC have control of the game and the win condition in their hands.
Yeah, nice solid round coming through from HPJC. Shot grenade's going to go out on both sides. It means the E-hills will be stalemated for a few seconds longer as these dissipate. See TJ making a move up. Still out. He's going to find a fight as well down in the sewers. Who's that? Slazen's going to fall pretty quickly. Jack's going to get one on the other side as well. HPJC are going to lock this one in by the looks of things, and I think we're going to go to 3-3 now after Savage Camping. We're right on the precipice of almost taking this to 4-1.
Savage Camping now. You're going to wonder. It's a tough one to find, a tough position to find yourself in, considering where you were. As you said, it could have been 4-1. Now they find themselves at 3-3. See what's going to come on through here. Of course, somebody's at a deficit. HPJC are going to be the ones without that extra utility, of course. Towards E, it's going to be the same once again. I think last time around, HPJC just landed that shock so well. Just out. Pushing through as well. Jack's just going to go over towards it. Flaps is going to pick up that incense, so expect that to start coming over very, very shortly, although he's still towards those train tracks. Can maybe get something going over there. The shocks over on this side of things look fairly equal, but there it is from Slaps. Phelpsy's going to go down. He's going to be able to get his teammate back up. Hydron's just waiting on that push coming on through. Jack is going to get a hold of the drop shot. He's going to pack that one though, so rightfully so. I mean, look,
Jack.
just, yeah, you know you probably lost the fight at that point. That's probably, it's technically a good play.
The big, I mean, yeah, it was a big, like the backpacking was correct, but the issue was is that he traded his Nasher out, so he changed weapon to try and make the kill. He had his
I
lance,
didn't
so he
even
had to try and
notice.
go for the chainsaw, bless him. But yeah, in the end, backpacking that drop shot, definitely the right idea. And he got a shot out of it too as well to try and take a kill.
So here we go then, HPJC need to fight back here. Just the same old story, isn't it, with Asylum? He gets control of the other team has to back on down, they have to regroup, they have to make the push, and it's just back and forth until you're in that position where you're in the win condition, you have to time it right. Obviously taking a lot of damage, but as do the majority of Savage camping. 4 members of HPJC over here, 1 member of Savage camping, that's actually going to be Slazen. He's going to have to back up towards Effie's team on losing the gunfights. Craze should go down and does, and all of a sudden you've got Slazen all alone. I'd like to see him maybe overextend there, but he is going to come back and try and help his team. He's going to be able to do so with 1 kill on the Hydron, but Phelpsy and Co. start to roll again. It's looking like the domination may tick in. Slaps is just about going to get there to deny it, but for how long is Jack just lingering in the smoke like a little ninja? My goodness. Firing away in the corner. 3 kills to him. That's 4-3 to HPJC. 3 rounds in a row. Unsure where the ninja line came from, but here we are.
There he is. There he is. The little ninja. It was a nice play. Very nice triple kill. Shades of Hydro, and you'd say. And in the end, HPJC go up. They find their lead. They've not led since the first round, so really nice to see them coming back, bouncing back. And now it's really up to Krim to make this next pick. Where's he going to go with it? That's the question. He's hovering down towards that Retro Lancer. Going to get the upgrade there, perhaps. It is going to be the upgrade. And Sentry Grenade is going to come through. And now, Savage camping. They're probably going to just get rid of the shot grenade, I'd imagine. They're hovering middle, which I would really be surprised if something middle came through. If it's not the lock on the shot grenade, and it is, you know, I was going to be quite surprised. This means they should get this drop shot out. This means they should go to 4-4. This means we should get our first round 9 of the stream. But, you know, it is HPJC on the other side, and we really don't know what's going to come of that. So I expect TJ to be real aggro here. He's going to push up and actually, this time around, he gets stunned out and has to back off. Phelpsy is in that drop shot. He's going to pick it up. Even if he just picks it up, backpacks it, it's going to be good. Incen's going to come across. They trade out. Jack's down. TJ's dead. There's the revive. The drop shot's still in play, though. Phelpsy just get out with his life, although only 1 down remaining. Thrown in a real rough spot as well.
Didn't get out with a drop, as said, and
Go ahead, keep coming.
Hydro now is going to be managing to find that kill. Did anyone actually get a hold of that there? I think they must have been backpacked. I'm just got a hold of it, but obviously I'm going to go on down. He's not going to be able to use it, but PJC the ones in control here. I think I still have a crew with me. I did hear your sound was going a little bit funny there.
Yeah, just a momentary loss of power. But we're back. I don't know what happened there. It all went silent for me as well, and I come back, and HPJC have won the fight. So we're cooking with gas here. If you're a HPJC fan, as they start to push down, and you can probably guess right now, Craze is not in the best of spots as you get landed out, and domination's going to tick through in a few seconds.
Hydro just beating people down on the way, and HPJC will use those 4 rounds in a row to find themselves a 5-3 win on map number 1 here against Savage Camping. But it has to be said, it was very, very close. Savage Camping were close on a couple of these rounds, and HPJC just doing that typical old Elevate thing, keeping themselves in the round and just find that one little moment where they can find a few kills and they just run away with it. There you go, that is going to be 1-0 in the series here in the semi-finals. Just a really good performance by them. And as I said, it feels like they constantly have that clutch factor, don't they? It doesn't matter if they're behind, it doesn't matter if they're in front. There's always a moment in the round where they can just snap their fingers, they find a few kills, and all of a sudden the round is there. So it's just so hard to play against, isn't it? They're so patient, they don't make enough mistakes to allow the domination to come through, usually on the other side of things, which means, you know, the round's never really over until the fat lady sings. And in that case, it was just a case of they would find the kills where they needed to. Really well played by HPJC, 1-0 in the series for them.
Yeah, really well played, and I think you nailed it. They are resilient, right, basically to the core. They're 3-1 down, almost on, 4-1 down, and they find a way to win that round. And you have to say, if that round goes either way, perhaps Savage Camping, they come out with this one. But after that point, they seem to have that drop shot fight down as well. And that for me was the interesting thing to see, was how HPJC decided to change up their smoke placements, their flash placements up on that top fight. In the end, they just stopped TJ from getting anywhere near that drop shot. And the moment that drop shot started going to the side of HPJC, it was pretty much unquestionable who was going to come out with the win on this map, because they had so much control. And I have to say, if you are Savage Camping, you have to look at how easily they were able to push you off. One round went the wrong way, and you stopped doing what you were doing. You stopped pushing, and you stopped being aggressive, and you stopped finding those opening fights. You stopped getting TJ into that opening position. And as soon as those shot grenades come through, you're in a real rough stove. Maybe there's something there in terms of weapon placements elsewhere on the map that can stop those shot grenades coming into play. And, just in general, just making sure that the way you want to play that top fight is the way that you can play that top fight going through. But all in all, good series so far. One map down, HPJC looking good as always, but really good to see Savage Camping, definitely in and with a shot here. And, map 2 could go anyway.
Yeah, it wasn't a comfortable win for HPJC by any stretch of the imagination. So interesting to see what they can make of map number 2, which is going to be coming up very, very shortly. But I think if you're Savage Camping, you're probably disappointed with that, though, considering you had a 3-1 lead. Very well could have been 4-1. It's a close round in your favor, and then all of a sudden you've been dominated. It's one of those where if they go 4-1 up, you don't expect them to probably lose, but a really, really good performance nonetheless by HPJC. And interested to just see if they can continue it over to map number 2 very, very shortly, which we should be jumping into in a second. But I'm curious to see what's going on the other side of things. I know Black Hawk Down are playing. I haven't had Toby update us on Ice Cold Lines recently. I don't know what's he
stream,
doing.
obviously.
Yeah, maybe looking up microphones or working on his traps, one of the two, I would imagine.
I don't know, both maybe.
Maybe both. Maybe watching YouTube videos on various different sound. What was I going to say? Sound equipment.
Take it back.
Whilst also doing pull-ups on his. Yeah.
Who knows? I do know it's going to be a good semi-final on both sides, though. Both of these sides are pretty stacked. Black Hawk Down, 3x Rowdy on the other side should be a good game. We said earlier expected to go to Black Hawk Down, right? But I think 3x Rowdy, they should be able to give him a good going at it and maybe make that upset. And as you said, this side, HPJC 1-0 up.
Yep, looking good for them. I did get told what the map was, but I didn't quite hear it.
Foundation. It's Foundation.
It was Foundation. All right, okay, well, great. I'm all for Foundation. I know you're not a fan. I actually quite like it.
We haven't seen it yet, so you know what? I didn't actually see it on any of the pre-stream streams, if that makes sense. Before we came on air, I was watching everyone else playing on their personal streams, and I hadn't seen it yet. I saw a lot of Harbor, a lot of Asylum, but yeah, not a single whiff of Foundation, which is for me great because, as you said, I'm not a fan, but I don't mind it once in a while.
You're a hater. Didn't you help make these maps?
Doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't like how often it's played. The map itself's fine. The map itself's fine. It's just you know.
You're gonna have your boss ring and you're going, what do you mean you don't like Foundation?
Yeah, get my notice in the post next week. But we'll be all right.
It's all right, mate. You can come work with us. I'll let you. Actually, it's absolutely not my decision. Don't
I'll take that to Alex after. I'm sure we'll agree.
No, don't say that, Alex, because they'll get rid of me and just bring you in instead.
One day. I see Precision in the chat just said Black Hawk Down 1-0, so still ongoing on the other side. Black Hawk Down 1-0 up. Foundation though here as we go into map 2, and I'm a little bit at a loss. Sorry. Foundation going to be the second map though. Obviously going into a HPJC, good first map. Savage camping, open strong, and I'm expecting to see the same from them again. I want to see them, you know, fast and furious, to quote a film name, as they get into this one. You can see at the moment, 2 down middle, both sides. Bit of a stalemate, and actually the fight up top is going to be something to keep an eye on as well. As you can see, right pushed up is TJ.
I feel like I threw you off at the beginning of that. I do apologize.
Target my mark.
Here we go, though. Savage coming, maybe making a push over towards the tree side. No. Will make that push as Crazed is here with TJ now. Interested to see how both these two teams do play on this map. Obviously going to go down. It's a good start for Savage camping though. Seeing 8 in their favor. TJ going to get lots of damage down on the Crimsons and finally does finish him off as Crazed finds 2. Real nice start. Savage camping domination will take through. 1-0. Quick round.
Very quick round, and actually another score update. Apparently Black Hawk Down are in the finals. They beat 3 times Rowdy 2-0.
Oh.
So business as usual, it seems, in the old Rated R camp, in the Black Hawk Down camp, as they go through, and yet another grand final awaits them.
So who will they meet? I tell you what, we could be done by 8 o'clock here tonight.
I know.
Absolutely
Have to do a third
flying
place
through
game
the
at this
games.
rate.
Haven't got a break. I torturing my time with these long veto process. It's every week.
Yeah.
He's
What is
got-
it, like an hour?
We've
One
had
pick
some
every 10 minutes.
lengthy delays, and I'm not going to say it's just him,
But it is.
but it has been him previously. Well, I don't know. I don't want to blame him exclusively, but
It's too late now, you've done it.
yeah, he can take it on the chin.
yeah. Oh, dear.
Making random
Uh,
noises.
we
at this
filing
point.
lawsuits.
Oh my god! Helpsy. Yeah, we've lost the plot and we're not even in the grand finals. This usually happens later on in the day, but here we are.
I know.
HPJC with the better start though, be in their control. Decent amount of pressure over towards C as well if they do want to make that move, but Savage camping there in numbers.
Need to be. Good. Yeah, there we go. A return. DJ got his head ripped by Phelpsy. Phelpsy loses his in return. Flashbang's going to go down from Slaps here. Push coming through on the home hill. This is aggressive from Slaps. I like this. They really do force HPJC off. And there's a misroll there coming through. There's another one. This is going to be another round for Savage camping. They should have nothing really to show for this one unless their touch can come through. Phelpsy will get a touch. Will get taken down. And in the end, Savage camping. 2-0 up.
Good start. 2-0. They were 3-1 up in the previous map though, so we're not writing anything off just yet. Only 1 kill on the side of HPJC, and it was an interesting one from Phelpsy. Needs to be faster,
just ever
mate.
so
Oh,
slightly.
so God.
Come on, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. Comedy genius. Oh, you know it. Toby appreciates me at least.
Someone has to.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Even if it's just one person, I'll take it.
Yeah. I think there's 210 people in here mostly appreciating us, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're just sick of me
they're
talking
probably
rubbish.
on mute.
Sure.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Flashbang's down though. Retro's picked up.
There's the drop
Slaps
shot.
in the pillars. They're fighting over this drop shot in the middle. This is a very interesting placement. You usually see it in the pistons, don't you? In the closed off area down to the left hand side here as we look at Slap's screen. And this middle placement for the drop, definitely a new one. Pretty good play though from HPJC. They get hold of it. They get a kill out of it as well. Crazed falls there, but Crimson goes down elsewhere. Revive's going to come through and Jack will get that B hill cap. So HPJC, they should be in a good position here to hold this one for a little while with that drop shot.
Yep, not bad spot to be in at all. Got everything covered that they need to, just in case we're waiting on Savage camping and making their move and making sure they make them pay for it. Crimson's just spotting Slazen's probably going to be dead in a second. Exactly where he is. Flash comes out, that might give him a little bit of cover, as does the smoke, but Push is going to come through. Oh, he doesn't quite land it, but there's some very, very weak members of Savage camping, I should say, lingering around, but nonetheless, Jackfax is going to lose his head. Crazed is going to push Crimson's out. Shots onto TJ, not going to be enough to shut him down here with the ball talk. Not a lot of bullets remaining either. The Crimson, so that's a drop shot wasted. He may well go down here, not quite, has to back on down, but good move by Savage camping, but maybe a little bit of a misplay with the drop shot.
Yeah, ever so slightly. And another misroll there coming through as well. Hydron's going to fall to slaps, and that's real unfortunate. He had the drop on him for a second, but movement, you've got to make sure it's crispy, haven't you, at this level? And if you mess up, you're going to pay for it. And here you can see Praise and Slays and combining. There's another misroll. I'm telling you, it's all about the misrolls. Whoever's going to misroll the most will lose this game. Count them up. As Crimson's finding himself a nice double kill there.
It's pretty essentially found that.
His team's lost full control. Sorry, what was that?
It was pretty essential that he got that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was big, and yeah, he caught the first member of Savage camping off guard. Fair play, you get the down, but the reaction really from Savage camping to just roll at Grim was very unfortunate.
Oh, kills just suddenly flying in here for HPJC. This feels like their first round. Drop shot in hand as well. Slaps not in the best of spots. The rest of the team, are they going to be close enough? Looking unlikely. HPJC get on the board. 2-1 now.
Yep. Perhaps afforded that round, really. Savage camping, for me at least, threw it away with just a couple of rough rolls. But I suppose you can say the same for both teams, right? If Hydron doesn't roll up into slaps, maybe he gets the kill there, and that home hill goes the way of HPJC. So I think both teams just looking out a little bit there in terms of getting away with it as the other teams make mistakes. Voltok's going to go down now. Retros on both sides. Interesting little layout. We don't usually see this.
Yeah, you would have expected maybe those retros to be upgraded on at least one side of things to some utility help for this drop shot fight, but nonetheless, the retros are there. And they're to be used as well. Very, very powerful in the right hands. Just going to go out. TJ's is the second one to hit. Can he find the fight here? Potentially. Hydron's just put a lot of damage in without taking any whatsoever. TJ gets his pants pulled down there a little bit, and all of a sudden Hydron's making his way over towards C. They've got drop shot already. This might be the round, to be honest with you. Should be the round. That's a couple of kills. Oh. There's the one, and he has a couple more. Slazen should be able to make it there, or not. There you go. HPJC tie things up.
Next couple of rounds coming up, and just full control over the mid, right? I mean, this drop shot is down. Savage camping, they've got that extra pick to be able to do something about it, and realistically, they just can't. They don't really have an option there. They're losing this drop shot out to HPJC. HPJC are putting this good use. They're saving it for, when the kills matter. Defending rings with it, taking rings with it. It's exactly how you should be using it. And this unorthodox positioning, I guess it kind of caught Savage camping off guard a little bit. How do we play this fight? As I said, they're a very new team. They're not, in terms of their practice strategies and tactics, I'm sure they're not fully ready and good to go. So when they're thrown with something a little unorthodox and they have to think on the fly, this is really asking questions of them. And, how good are they really at the moment? At the moment, it seems like HPJC with a little bit more time on their hands together, let's say, are doing the better of this really strange map layout. Drop shot goes in the hands of HPJC once again. This should be another round going over towards Savage camping.
Is now making his way over to help his teammate out over towards D. Drop shot is available as well, and the problem is here, the Savage camping is you've got to go through a very, very tight spot. To be honest, Crimson, he doesn't even need the drop shot, although he might need it now as TJ pushing through. My God! That's a big, big play from TJ. That is drop shot gone. Crimson's had that on his backpack, and it's gone. That was massive by TJ there. That was looking more and more likely that HPJC were going to run away with this one, but he stopped them in their tracks. Hydron in the middle of the map now, trying to find some kills. It's a good, actually not that great. The shot grenade coming over, and Slaps is going to deal with him. Jack now seeing what he can do here, but that was a big moment for HPJC to potentially win this round.
Surprise.
Yeah, that was. It was huge, and a massive, massive reaction shot coming out from TJ as he just takes out that meat shield in one shot. That was the key part there. He knew he had to, basically he had 3 shots to work with, and the second shot just destroys that meat shield. Opens up Crim for a Gib, and beautiful play from TJ. Exactly what you need, right? In rough situations, who comes out and clutches up? It's pretty much always him. He's done it a lot. You know, think back to Icebound in the Pro League. How many times did we say it? TJ, he just controlled that room. He got double kills left, right, and center, and he's always there to support his team. Really nice play by him, and now his team's back in this round. Only 40 seconds between the two teams, and 2 hills over the way of Savage camping mean that they should catch up pretty quickly. They do have that win condition, 50 seconds. You bet there's going to be a fight before that runs out, but they do have currently that win condition in their side. And you see now Hydron having to make plays, trying to find a rotation, just trying to find, you know, a way to force someone out of position. Collapse with his team. Flashbang's going to go down. Slap's going to get chased here. Slap's doing the right thing, just backing up. Support from Craze will be good. Hydron should go down here as Slaps is pushing up. Really nicely played by Savage camping. Slays in as well will back off now as Crimson's going to get shot in the back, and Savage camping. They want to lock this one down. 20 seconds to go. Found a couple of kills. The drop shot, though, they've forgotten about, as did I, and this might be the catalyst for a little bit of a turnaround.
Potentially, but they need to get this turnaround going pretty sharpish. Domination going to tick in here as well. Is anybody near enough to do anything about this? I think it's only over towards D that anything potentially could happen, and that just gets turned on its head very, very quickly. The drop shot came through for HPJC, but they couldn't quite do anything with it, and all of a sudden, Savage Camping have captured all hills and will capture the round. 3-2.
They need to find a way to do it again. Honestly, this time around, that drop shot wasn't used very well by HPJC, and you know, a clutch essentially coming through from TJ is that what saves that round for them. This should have gone the other way. You know, HPJC will, you know, be kicking themselves a little bit for losing that one.
Yep.
Especially in, you know, 2v1 situation. Situario is
Situario. You just make the words on the fly now.
Yeah. Take that one, chat. So yeah. See if you can put that in Google Translate. But no, HPJC they really should have won that one. And Savage camping coming out clutch once again. And now this time they're down at the fight. They're winning the fight. The downs are coming through. Revive coming through on Crimson's will. He goes back to full health, but Slaps gets 1, Slaps gets 2, and it's all blue on that kill feed as Savage camping look to be doing the bits down here as they get a drop shot for their price.
Drop shot on their side now. Very well played by Savage Camping. They get things kicked off nicely here, and they're making their way straight over towards D. They've got a drop shot to hold this down. Coming on through. How many is that going to find? Just the one. Now Phelpsy sent to the respawn queue. Crazed sends his old teammate on his way as well. This should be a domination. It will be a domination. Savage Camping out of nowhere find themselves in the lead, 4-2. That's 2 quick rounds. Can HPJC answer back here? It's a big
They've
round.
done it before, right? It is a big round, but they have done it before. 3 on the bounce is definitely not out of the question for HPJC. The question is you know, where are they going to go with this potential last weapon pick? You know, they've got an option. Are they going to match that incendiary? They can't match that incendiary because they're a pick behind. I forgot. So Retro's going to go down. This is big time for Savage Camping as they have a huge advantage here with the weapon placements. They just got to dodge those Retro shots, find that kill with the incendiary, and jobs are good and really for this round. You can see TJ is going to be the man tasked with that opportunity here. Drops the flashbang, picks up the fire.
Eyes on target.
Try and take it for this 1v1. Interesting place to take this incendiary. I'm not quite sure I agree with it, to be honest with you.
Obviously, he's got to hold a drop there as well. Hasn't been able to use it the best of his ability yet. It is backpacked anyway, so they should be able to keep a hold of this one. We're going to try and just get rid of Slaps. Oh, mistimed it. Very close. We'll get his Lancer back, but to be honest, it's not so bad for HPJC. Yes, they would have liked to do a little bit more with it, but just to keep it away from Savage Camping is also a benefit. Nobody able to get a hold of E just yet. A stalemate here, Fruit.
Yep, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Slaps, I think, did the right thing there. Phelpsy was trying to go for that little wrap shot around the cover, and Slap puts himself on the end of it. You know, it's potentially goodbye. Especially as his teammate ran down, you saw him just running out in the open. All that was just a bait. He just wanted Slaps to get his Lancer out to shoot him in the back so Phelpsy could make the play and, you know, come through and find that easy kill. But Slaps didn't fall for it. He was wise to it, and I like what he's doing there. That was a smart heads-up play by Slaps, just to be, you know, very, very aware of what HPJC were trying to do.
Well, they're all tied up here. Nobody able to touch E just yet. Everyone just scouting out. Both teams posturing, if you like.
Like it. Do you wonder if TJ has used those incendiaries? I can see them, I think, on his little player card. Looks like he's still got them in hand. Very interesting. I'm trying to see which of these timers is going up ever so slightly quicker. It looks dead even at the moment. Maybe cog ever so slightly. I mean, it is dead even, isn't it? Because they're capped at the start, so ignore me. It's perfectly dead even. It's perfectly dead even. Not a team is... I wonder what happens when we get to the end. Do we get a draw? Oh, I don't know. I don't think we're going to get there in terms of draws, but
no,
TJ trying to make the play here.
Something.
Incendiary goes down. Yeah, it would be something. It would definitely be something, but it's not going to happen here. As you can see, the E-Hill going to get capped up. That Incendiary just missing ever so slightly. And in the end, TJ just didn't get the damage he wanted from it. He wanted the damage to open the fight, then go wide with the shotty. Try and play the damage advantage, but... not going to happen.
Obviously going to get a hold of this again. Shots into Hydron. Drop shot. Andy and Slap's dead as well. So looking good for HPJC to get around to the board. TJ going to find a kill up top, but what else can he make of it? Not a great deal. He's going to get traded out. Crazed is making the push. Crazed is probably about to be dead. Back on down. He's probably just trying to bait out this drop. He's going to back on down. Don't need to challenge this unnecessarily. The drop shot is there for him to clean up if he needs to. His team are probably going to win off a 1 cap here anyway, nonetheless. So, big fight going to go down on the other side of the map as well. Slazen's on there. Slazen is still alive. Gets around the corner just in time. They need to make sure they win the fight over towards F now, which is a 2v1. Or Phelpsy needs to win that one, but in the end, and there's going to be an HPJC round. It was just not enough time for Savage Company to do anything about it, but close. Only 5 more seconds and they could have done something there.
Yeah, just not quite at the races in terms of the timing, but the idea was definitely right. Savage camping now. They've only got 2 rounds to play with. They need one of these next 2 rounds. They've got to keep this this grudge match going, this match going, right? And they need to even out. They're 1-0 down right now. HPJC with a fantastic turnaround in map 1. You know, they can potentially do it again. They've got the talent on that roster to be able to do so. Are they gonna? Yep, they are gonna.
Sable
They're gonna take it
yeah.
back. Yep, that's an interesting one. Often, you know, you say, okay, we're gonna fight you with our advantage, right? We're gonna fight you with our incendiary advantage or a shotgun advantage. This time around, they said, actually, we're quite happy playing that even strength fight in terms of the ordnance. It's the drop shot that we are playing with our plan.
HPJC, that's how. I mean, that's how they got back into the game, right? They were 2-0 down, and all of a sudden the drop shot comes through, and they start winning these big fights in the middle. And this time around, they're going to win it nonetheless. DJ going to go down. That's a 4-man wipe momentarily. One player actually over towards F. I believe that's actually going to be Slazen holding the home fort. Oh, HPJC. Yeah, everything they possibly could have wanted from that first exchange. The kills and control, and they're going to be spotting away here. They're going to know that a couple of members of Savage Camping are making this push back over. The shot goes out, will slow them down. HPJC just building an early lead.
Yep, ever so slightly, but you know what? Savage Camping, they can afford to take a little bit of a hit on the points at the moment. They don't have to worry about this giant weapon timer looming in the middle of the map anymore. They take a little bit of time to figure this out. They can work out how they need to push, where they need to push. They don't really have to worry about doing it in a certain time window, so long as they finish that move before the end of the map.
And just keeps ticking up. HPJC were always very good at this, keeping that control and squeezing the vice, if you like. The Lancer work is very, very solid and just coming in fruition here. Crimson's just nailing a couple of members of Savage Company there. They are going to be able to decap E though, so it will slow down that win condition for HPJC. 70 seconds still. Oh god, there's been too many downs. Far too many downs. Blazing drops. Slaps is probably not going to be far behind it, if I'm honest with you, either. Making the push over where they need to. He's still in the balance. Slaps is going to go down. Crimson will get a hold of E. That will be that win condition half, but Kraze can maybe do something here. Jack's going to back on down, put plenty of damage in. Kraze in a really bad spot, but gets the damage back. My goodness, how's he won that gunfight? He's going to get the cap over towards D and the shock. TJ has an incend. HPJC should still win on one. But Savage Camping have a lot of utility to play with here, and look at the push coming in here from Savage Camping over towards E. Crimson's and Phelpsy here. Gonna try and do the best way that they possibly can. It's a big incend out of Crimson's. Phelpsy was the one that landed it, sorry, but there you go. That might just do the round. 9 seconds for the win condition. This will tie it up and send us to round number 9. Good players on both sides of things, but HPJC get it done 4-4.
Yep, that's a big round as well. The block's been used, so that drop shot's going to come back up now. And HPJC, do they have the opportunity to then block out their opposing team's incendiary? Could be something that comes through. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one. Drop shot though is back on the map. That means HPJC are going to try and do everything in their best rights to make sure that this is going to be the the point of focus essentially for that opening fight, and also the kind of the pin essentially that this entire round is going to be revolving round. And now the drop shot is not the only power weapon on the map. We're going to see a long shot at the statue. This is going to be interesting.
And no block can come through either. Oh, well, I mean... Oh, okay. So they just add more bullets to it as well.
Yep.
Fair enough. Well, here we go then. Round number 9. Who's going to come out on top? HPJC with the lead in the series. Or can Savage Camping tie this one up and send us on map number 3?
This
2 rounds
fight is
each.
Huge.
Yeah, it's massive. Oh, the incend lands on TJ, but not enough to kill him. Oh, and he lands some good shots back on Hydra. Oh my goodness, how has Hydra not won that fight? That's a big win from TJ. He's going to get the shots down as well. Help his teammate find the gunfight in the middle of the map, surely as well. Unless Jack can pull some magic out. How has he got away with that? My God.
What I don't understand is why... That's got to be a headshot. No! How has he not hit that headshot? That's insane. Jack has just made a play that's probably saved this map for his team right now. That is actually incredible. He fights the 1v2. TJ, though, going for the pistol rather than the sniper when the fight is happening and he has the the perpendicular angle. Like, why is he not using his sniper at that point? He's hit the first shot. His teammate's backing off. Just use the sniper, hit the second shot. It's easy wins. And he's going for the pistol. Damage fall off at long range, and Jackfax comes out with that big kill there. Picks up the drop shot, gets out, and now they're in a real rough spot. 120 to 76. It's, a reasonable lead at the moment, but Chris, the drop shot is in hand. Phelpsy's just got to make sure he doesn't lose his head while firing it, and HPJC have every opportunity to come back into this one.
Yep, need some support. Thing is, Savage Camping know that they have it. If you could get rid of TJ, that will be extra bonus points because he'll get rid of the long shot. He'll spot him as well. The active coming through. 40 seconds though. There it goes. TJ should be dead. Oh, he's very weak, and he found a shot at the Crimsons as well. Phelpsy has to beat him TJ! See you later, head. TJ just hitting absolutely everything. We criticize him for not hitting the easy ones, and he's hitting the hard ones. And there's another kill from TJ. We may well see another map in this series now. Oh, it's a shame we didn't get to see it from that end of things, but my goodness me, TJ. HPJCs surely do not win this round now. They just don't have the time to make the push through. They don't have the numbers. We're going to a map number 3. Thanks to TJ getting the big stick out.
He did indeed, didn't he? He swung it as well. Double headshot.
Oh,
fantastic.
He's swinging it everywhere.
Oh, boy. And no surprise there. Match MVP. Deserves everything he gets there. Really nice snipe shots coming through. Really nice play in general from Savage Camping at the end there. You got to give it to CJ. Yes, he missed that. He missed that standstill. We're going to forget that one, though. We don't care about standstills. We care about the back-to-backs, and that's what you want to see from a long shot going down. They were definitely right to up the ammo count on that and the timer on that, right? To see TJ go off, fantastic.
That's a massive, massive play out of him. I think, you know, if you were to trade off long shot for drop shot, you're more happy on the drop shot side of things. Surely, you would think. Phelpsy doesn't make the shot count at TJ after he takes out Crimson's, and ultimately, I'm not going to say that cost them the round, but that would have been their opportunity to get into it and get things going. But there you go. We head to a map number 3 between these two. I'll find out exactly what it's going to be. Training grounds as well, so something a little bit different from what we've seen so far. Interested to see training grounds. Haven't seen too much of it here in the Open Series so far, but map number 3 coming up shortly. It's been a hell of a series between these two. The winner will face Blackhawk Down in the grand finals, which, I mean, if anything is to be said of this game, should be a cracker, to be honest with you, the way that things are being going. One apiece here. Very, very close games across the board. And it's just good to see. I like to see these games like earlier as well, because we know that we have that competition across the board. So we're going to see a good grand finals nonetheless, but we still have a map to go here. But what a play from TJ for it. I mean, talk me through it. How's he hitting those shots, but not hitting the one where the fella's standing still picking up the drop shot?
Sometimes your shaky fingers get to you in those situations where you know that you should hit it, you miss it. And you know what, Jack did the right thing. He looked at where he was positioned, he looked at where TJ was positioned, and he got himself right towards the wall, which made it a little bit more difficult. But he still should be hitting it. To be fair, Jack should never been picking it up in the first place. That for me is the bad play in that situation. He should have definitely been down before that in that 2v1, but it is what it is. At the end, double kill coming out. TJ, he got baited. We said Slaps didn't get baited by, the kind of bait and switch HPJC like to pull, where they put one person out in a situation where you think, oh, he's in a real bad spot here. Like, we can take him out easy. And whilst you're doing that, someone else is actually making the play on you, right? Like, they do that a lot. And TJ, he did look at the bait. He looked at the bait for sure, and yeah, he ripped the head, but you saw that drop shot skim by him, right? It was so close. You got to say, an inch to the left from that first drop shot probably would have got the kill. I don't know if the active timed out as well. If it wasn't still active, maybe that would have got the kill. But TJ got away with the skin of his teeth, and then smoke grenade went down. There was obviously a tag, and TJ's hitting that shot through the smoke as well. And you know what I like to see after all that, TJ, for the camera, decides to try and go for the blind fire for the final third shot as well. I mean, if you're going to do it in style.
And I mean, to be fair, the fact that, the gunfight that he won at the beginning to get a hold of the long shot was insane as well. Considering Hydron had him hellishly tagged up by the Incend as well, you would like to think that Hydron would have been able to close that one, and maybe we see we would have seen a very different round had Hydron won that gunfight. But I mean, you can't just put it on a single gunfight. Of course, TJ still has had to do a lot to help his team win that round, but ultimately he is a big reason as to why we're seeing the map number 3 between these two. Training grounds will be that map as well. Interested again at this one because, I mean, the power play, the weapons drop, the play around the power weapons, I should say, is just been ridiculous. So I'm super interested to see how it's going to go down on map number 3, especially on training grounds. We know that those drops over towards the bridge side of the map could be feisty. So I'm interested to see which way this one's going to go. I don't know if you have a prediction on this one. I think it's very, very difficult now to come up with an answer to that.
I predict this is going to be a good game.
Oh, right. We sitting on the fence, are we?
Honestly, like, as long as it goes to like round 9, round 8, I'm happy. I just don't want this to be a blowout. I think training grounds, it's a similar map, right? Like, it's not we're not going to Vasco, we're not going to Exhibit, we're going to another map that's kind of similar. It's symmetrical. It's a map that we've all played a lot. So I think it's going to be an interesting one. It really depends on where the weapon placements go. We've seen something unorthodox from HPJC. On Foundation, training grounds, you have the opportunity to do some similar things, right? Putting the drop shot in the cave, for example, we've seen that played. Putting things where they shouldn't be put, in general across the map is something that happens quite regularly on training grounds. So, let's get into it. Third map, semi-final. 1-1 between HPJC and Savage Camping, and we're kicking it off here on training grounds with full force ahead.
There we go. Into the big gunfight in the middle. Crimson's and Jack Vex, the one with the advantage, if you like, from the right-hand side. Doesn't matter when Crimson's doesn't have a head, but what can Jack do? Can he find 2 here? Just the 1. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Savage Camping here, but they do lose B. Obviously gets the job done over on this side of the map, so ultimately it is HPJC that come off better.
what is happening across the map here, really, is TJ is going to find his skill on Phelpsy there. Phelpsy made the play and we put him out as Slazen camps around and pops out a little bit. That's the B hill going to go over towards the side of Savage camping. On the red side, the swarm side this time around, and you can see Slazen just hitting himself into that little pocket there. Keeping himself safe from Crimson, who's sad what he said.
Hydro now setting up. Savage camping the ones with the technical win condition, but we won't see that for another 75 seconds. We have to make something work here, HPJC. Hydro up top from the bridge. I mean, it's such a power play kind of area, isn't it? You want to try and lock that down as best you can. But if you're Savage camping, you're just not offering yourself up here. Jack gonna have to back on down. Hydron will be able to get him back up. Jack will get out as well. Push gonna come in here from Savage camping, potentially. They're thinking about it. Push in from Hydron gonna come, and maybe it's a little bit overzealous, but Phelpsy is there to pick him back up, and the push continues. Phelpsy is the target that's in their sights as well. It's just head down, get moving. Oh my god, it's good shots once again, though, from the Savage camping side. Can they get away with it here? Not quite. Jack is gonna go off, and that's 2 kills for him. It is traded out. Phelpsy does go down, but C is now decapped. They're making their way over towards B. Momentarily going to be a 2v2 here. The decap's going to come through, so if they do get a hold of B now, HPJC, well, they would have had that win condition, but I feel as if they maybe should have capped C just to make it a little bit easier to make that transition over to B and allow that time to sort of accrue up, but hasn't worked out in that way either way, and HPJC now with the 2 cap, but not with the win condition. Savage camping can win on 1.
Going to need more than 2 players to be able to do that as well. You can see Phelpsy going to fall down. TJ as well, finding 6 assists in this opening round. Really good play by him, it seems. Is shooting all over the shop now, and now looking for a second kill with him as well. Adam's going to roll straight into him. That should be an easy cleanup. TJ keeping himself alive here. A couple of seconds left on the clock, and Savage camping look to kick this one off where they left before as they go 1-0 up, and a very nice controlled round to begin with.
Yep. Nice and solid. Nothing to complain about at all. Good round out of them, and just controlled it. Just controlled it very, very well. Rotated around where they needed to. Held on long enough to allow the 1 cap to be enough. Boltock's going to go down either side, I would imagine. Savage camping now, looking to get themselves into a grand final against Black Hawk down. And it's nice to see them here because, if I'm honest, you know, HPJC... For me, I was pretty convinced they were going to, not necessarily steamroll here, but be comfortable to get through this game. But Savage camping putting up a good showing here, and it gives us hope for the weeks that come to see some good competitive gears. And we've had plenty of that so far, but Dropshot is down as noted. This is where things will get very, very juicy. Slaps has got the right-hand side advantage, so he should be able to make this one work, and does so onto Jack. But there's the flank coming in from Craze. They just allow too long for the team to get set up. Savage camping get the kills, they get the drop shot. It's a fantastic start in round number 2.
Definitely so. Really good start for them. Depends what Slaps can do with that drop shot, but got to think for Savage camping, there's not much more you'd want from this apart from that early domination. But yep, Jackfex now on the B side. A-Hill getting locked in as well from HPJC. Where are Savage camping? That's the question. They're trying to make the push across. They're trying to isolate Phelpsy. Drop shot coming out. Really nicely played by Slaps as well. Pops it straight over the top of the cover. The sightline isn't the greatest of Phelpsy. Probably didn't see that one coming until it was just too late.
Enemy mark!
Savage camping still with the advantage here as ANC is now in their hands. Good snap by Jack. TJ should follow as well. He does. Slazen as well. I mean, Jack will take that one very, very nicely. He was very, very weak, but he will take that triple all day long. Slaps is going to back on down and try and defend his home hill. That made the push. Is he going to get the technical ace against all 4 members of Savage camping here? I think he'd do very well to do so. Gets maybe a little bit overzealous there in the push, but nonetheless, HPJC set up well.
That they do indeed. They've got the points advantage now. Hill advantage. Crimson's just fall, which makes it a little bit more difficult. 3v4 for a second. Actually, not that much spawn yet. And there's the wrap shot coming through from Slaps. Drop shot in hand. Can he get the double? Tries to get it. Doesn't quite get the hit marker. Let's go a little bit too early there. It just skims the wrong side of the cover, but it doesn't matter. Crazy's going to be here for a little bit of support. Slaps learning from the veteran there just on how to do it. See TJ. He's a veteran in his own right at this point. I think double kill coming down on the B hill. That's his home. That's his to lock in now, as Savage Camping should go ahead with this. Will lock in. They do indeed. 45 seconds and they will win now. Where is the next HPJC push coming through? It looked like it was going to be a home push for just a second, but lots of fire coming through from Slaps, from TJ, from everyone really, from Savage Camping shuts that down in just a second, and HPJC now have another question on their hands. How do they push? When? Who's going to be the person to do so? Who takes the drop shot to the face? It's going to be Phelpsy, and Slaps does have another one as well, just in case they need it.
Real good spot if you're Savage Camping now. Ticking up, 15-second win condition. That might be contested here, though, as Hydron's going to get going over towards C. They need to get something going here. A currently in Savage Camping's hands, though. The overextenders come in. They've decapped that one.
All hills decapped at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, they all are. Chris is going to make the push to try and find the kill, but
here. Crimson's fighting for his tournament life.
Yeah,
B-Hill's going to get captain. Swarm wins in 10 seconds. There is a fight going down over there as well as we look towards this home hill. Jack Fex gets a big spread there, and he's got teammates in tow. See Slazen's going to fall. Can anyone lock in a hill, though? That's the question. A hill looks to be getting locked in. There's a push coming through, but in the end, it's not going to be anywhere near enough. And Savage Camping 2-0 up.
It's a big round.
Having a quick look at the scoreboard. Slaps leading the way there. 9 kills, 7 assists in 2 rounds. Looking pretty good. Retro Lancer getting placed down here. Question is what's going to be on the other side. Boltok getting placed. So both teams looking towards this drop shot fight as something they want to build up to. This drop shot's going to be in the game for a long time yet to come. Having a drop shot as the point of interest means that the teams need to build up something to help them in that fight. Retro on one side, drop shot on the other. Sorry, Boltok on the other. Phelps are the only one to pick it up though as the Retro gets left. And Savage Camping, they opt to try and get to this middle little section a little bit quicker. They don't do that though. Crimson's gets there first, and flashbangs all around now as Savage Camping in a real rough spot.
Very, very rough spot. But to be fair, they've been in worse spots throughout these last 2 rounds and on the way out of it, and they're going to find their way out of this one as well. Look at those kills that lights up red. If the Swarm side get things going, this could be 3-0 to Savage Camping. They're going to get going over towards B. There's still 1 member left from HPJC who can try and slow down that push, but perhaps with the drop shot isn't going to be needed. Hydron goes down. Anybody over towards A, potentially, it looks that way. Jack looking to try and break B as best he can as well. Stops the cap coming on through. But what else can he do here? Slaps doesn't want to necessarily waste the drop shot if he doesn't need to, but Crimson's a call fighting out from their spawn. This round's not done yet.
Another ball, drop shot goes down. Does connect as well. Another one from Slaps. He's looking pretty good on this power weapon. In fact, he's looking pretty good all round, to be honest with you. There's another headshot coming out from him. Takes out Hydro. His team are already on the hill, and 1 second is going to do it. Going to be enough time at all for HPJC to get anywhere near Savage Camping's home hill. That's the HPJC home hill actually at the start, but there's this round as they lock it in. 3-0 now, Ton. Gotta say, Slaps leading the way. He's 13, 8 assists. Got 2 deaths. Just 2 deaths in 3 rounds. It's pretty good going from the lad.
Where's the Slaps hype crew? That's usually about.
Yeah, I mean,
exist, doesn't it?
They might come if he gets to the final, perhaps.
Possibly.
Saving all that emotion, all that energy. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, it's looking like he will get to the final if the past 3 rounds are anything to be based off. Looking very, very good for Savage Camping. They're just coming off better in these 50-50 fights. Making things a lot easier. HPJC need to find themselves an initial win here. It's been hard to come by. Jack's going to be the first one to find a kill. Slap's going to stick an incense towards the back, but he doesn't have many teammates left here as most of them have lost their head. Slap's now at a really, really bad spot. Should go down without finding anything. And that's as clean as the previous round, but on the opposite side of things, HPJC find everything they could have possibly wanted out of that one, drop shot included. Hydron will extend over towards B. They're already ticking in at A here as well, but Hydron should go down. Is Phelpsy going to help his teammate out with the drop shot? That's from downtown. Finds one. Hydron's going to drop. Oh, maybe a little bit overzealous with that. Put the shots in nonetheless as well. Slap's going to be taking some damage, but Phelpsy maybe a little bit keen with that second one.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Takes all types of it. I mean, sometimes you've got to have a go. Jack, good defensive lancer. That's something we've said a few times about Jack before, isn't it? He's got a lot of damage down. Teammate Phelpsy coming in with some down, but Jack's gonna fall now. Phelpsy in a 2v1 situation will die. That's 2 down from HPJC, and now maybe 3 as Slazin tries to find that back A on Hydro, and he does indeed. Bit of help from his teammate TJ. And someone needs to cap that hill, boys, as you look towards your 4th round in a row here. Crimson Scarpering. This is what Crim does best, though. Just extends around, tries to get his teammate back up, and so far so good. You can see Savage camping. They're having to back up a little bit. Crimson does a good enough job.
Good play here from Savage camping. It was looking like HPJC were going to get something going with this round, but haven't been able to make the most of their advantage count. Crimson's. He's gone. He should be. Oh no, he's back up now. Okay, so Hydron making the extension to B. If he can get this kill, that would be massive. Does so. This one will be a step further as well. Finds that. Phelpsy's maybe the sacrificial lamb there, but B is going to be in their hands now. HPJC still with that lead. Our win condition will now be halved as well. TJ making the move over towards C, trying to get something going on the other side of things. Is going to get one down onto Jack. Jumps over, and Crimson's will very happily take that gift wrap present. Christmas was quite some time ago. Maybe it was an early Valentine's Day one, but that's an easy enough kill for Crim. Hydron now making this push. This drop shot coming back up very, very shortly here for.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's what the teams are scrapping over, right? They want a bit of control in the middle. They want to be able to pick up this drop shot. And with just a few seconds left on the clock, HPJC, they don't care about fighting this. They just care about delaying Savage camping. If they can hold this fight here, even if they get the drop shot, it's going to be very difficult for Savage camping to do anything about this round. Hydron gets a kill. You see TJ over on the home side. He's got to fight a few people. In the end, he's not going to be able to do that. HPJC are going to get their first one on the board for Training Grounds. So they finally get on the board with a 1-3 scoreline. And you know what? That opening fight was much better from them. Have to give it credit. Looks a lot better. Is this the comeback? Who knows?
It's the halfway point, so that fight over towards the drop shot becomes a little bit more important. It's going to come on through here. Ball tuck on the other side of things for Savage camping as the insend comes through. HPJC. And if this will maybe change HPJC's luck a little bit. 3-1 on the previous half. Not the ideal start to map number 3 here in the semi-finals. The incends are going to be massive towards this fight as well. It is going to be HPJC with the right-hand side cover advantage. Crimson's going to go down. The incends is going to find much. Not really for HPJC. It's all Savage coming, and Slaps keeps on going. Phelpsy will find the down, but I think that'll probably be it, and he's going to have to back on down. Drop shot in the hands of Craze. This very well could be 4-1. They're hunting Phelpsy as well. They want rid of him as soon as they can. Well played by Savage camping once again. Phelpsy, he is going to find one before he does get taken down. Still alive in there. He's led them on a merry dance through the middle of the map. Yep, done very, very well.
Very well. Put himself in the cave. Really able to do anything, and now that means this drop shot has to be used defensively. You can see Praise, he's just a little bit unsure. What does he use? Does he use the pistol? Does he use the drop shot? In the end, he uses neither. It's a real fantastic case. The Nash is going to come out, but Jack's behind him. That's a clean up on the other side as well, and what looked to be a really good opening from Savage camping just disintegrates like that. Jack now getting his teammate up. DJ cannot find the kill, and they should be able to lock in this neutral and try and get the score back a little bit.
Hydron spins that one on its head as well, finding TJ. Win condition will be with HPJC, of course.
Enemy spotted.
Setting themselves up very, very nicely. Got somebody top bridge. And everybody else over towards D. They can quite easily rotate around if they need to. Crazy going to put the flash out here. What can Phelpsy find? He will find his own teammate. Can he find much else? He now has backup from Crimson's. They may be able to clean this one up unless TJ can do something special. Not going to happen. Blazing from the back, just putting the lance of fire in as best he can, but really, fruitless task at the moment for him. Needs to stay alive as best he can until these teammates do come back up. Here they are, they're making the push now, but as our HPJC, Crazy is going to turn around, try and get something going. Jack is going to down his own teammate, but everybody else from Savage Camping dying. And HPJC get 2 rounds in a row. 3-2. And hell of a semi-final so far.
It has, hasn't it? One of the best matches yet to be seen, really, I think, in this EGL Open Series. I think so far these teams are so close, so neck and neck. It really still could go any way, right? I mean, we usually see Savage Camping, they start off strong, but HPJC's middle game is really strong. Once the map starts to set up a little bit with these, these incendiaries, the Boltox are coming through, they really do start to come into their own a little bit and start to make some plays with them. And in the end, it's just who performs, who executes. Savage Camping did so on the last map. They did so in the first half of this map, but HPJC coming back with a little bit of a vengeance. They want that matchup against Black Hawk Down, that rematch.
3 rounds away from getting it. Flash has come out, maybe not as an aggressive start yet for both teams. Andron will find the first kill though. Oh, Slap's very, very weak. Not in the best of spots, rolling back into fire and somehow finding a kill onto Crimson's. Putting the shots in here as well to help his teammate out, but Jackflex with the meat shield. Slap's now in a little bit of no man's land. He should get picked off here by HPJC and will do. Good start for them. That should be drop shot over towards HPJC and will be. In their hands also. This very well could be 3-3 in a few minutes.
Could indeed. Slaps, Devil Incarnate coming out the fire did well, but in a 4v1 situation, I don't think we can really ask too much more of him. And now Jack, drop shot in hand, defensive player of the year, some would say. We'll see what happens with this. Got 2 shots to make it count. Did he connect 1? Nope. I called it too soon. Should have waited till the map to end before I say anything about his drop shot shield. Second one's good though. Slaps does fall, and right now that's the player that you want to be taking out. TJ's been a little bit quiet in this last few rounds. Slaps been doing the dirty work down here on the U-bend, and he's out for a few seconds more as he's going to respawn back in, and he's going to go up to that spot.
Longer time ticks on here though for HPJC. They're in the better spot. Push needs to come through from Savage Camping shortly. Simcoe just quite happy to sit back here, but it looks like over towards the other side, things are going to start moving for HPJC, but maybe a little bit overzealous without any cover from TJ, who's going to put in some solid shots, but who's going to be coming out on top? It's going to be Jack. Surely not again. Surely not another kill. TJ goes as well. That's 3 for Jack. Walking in and beating people down, and this may well be 3-3. It's looking more and more likely that it's going to be 3-3. Win condition of 14. I don't think anyone from Savage Camping has really got the legs to get in the position to do anything about this one. 8 seconds to go. They don't have the position to get over towards F, and that's 3 rounds in a row to start for Savage Camping and 3 rounds in a row for HPJC to tie things up.
Such good play, isn't it, from HPJC to get themselves back into this. A lot of other teams that have given up hope at 3-0 down. Not these guys, not these guys. They've played some of the best teams in the world. They've been, so in some people's minds, the best team or one of the best teams in the world as well. So no surprise to see them coming back, and Savage Camping, they'll have expected this as well. Shot grenade's going to go down here. Incendiaries, shocks. We're getting grenades across the board, it seems. Drop shot 5. Definitely has kind of swayed things HPJC's way. Ultimately, the first round wasn't too great with it, but HPJC definitely better off on this side. I'd like to see Savage Camping maybe try and get something over the other side if they're losing the round. And, maybe a long shot for TJ. Maybe, something over there. Good incendiaries coming out though. This one kicks off as Jack's going to get 1. TJ's going to fall. Slaps is dead as well. And it's a 3v2 situation here. Praise and slays him. What can you do? Ex-rivals, now teammates. Looking to play against the old team of Praise here. Phelps gets that drop shot. Praise is in a rough spot here. Gonna go try for the kill. Don't particularly rate that, to be quite honest, but needs must in that situation. If he trades 1 for 1, might have done all right.
Phelps gets out with a fresh drop shot as well. Losing D though. More extension comes through from Slaps on the other side of things. Drop shot's dangerous here though. Be used to clean up on Slazin and will ultimately force Savage Camping back just a little bit. I think all their resources here over towards D. Drop shot is there if needed. It doesn't seem as if it's going to be. It's Crimson's helps out Phelpsy. Praised at the back, not able to do much apart from butter them up, but HPJC in a good spot here. Not really a significant point lead by any stretch of the imagination, but they're in control. They have a drop shot. Nearly as ideal of a situation as you would like to be in. They want to get themselves on map and series point to send themselves to that grand final. Hydro playing the secret man, waiting for the push to come through because it has to happen in the next 60 for Savage Camping.
Starting to get in position. Just starting to gather information as well as they move around. They'll be checking all the corners, making sure that there's no one behind them. Here we goes Hydro though, trying to find a quick kill. We're just waiting for them to start their play and just to try and, you know, pick someone up pretty quickly. Truck Grenade is going to go down as well on the right-hand side. Double drop shot comes through, though, from Phelpsy. That's the first time we've said that tonight, and that's the third double he's got on stream so far. Slaps in a rough spot. Takes a lot of damage right to the head here. Hydro going to try and bring out that pistol. Quick trigger finger might get the down, but Slaps keeping himself healthy. 20 seconds on the clock here. Incendiaries go the way of Phelpsy. That's the opposing team's Incendiaries as well. Incendiaries, so absolutely nothing.
Looking very, very good for HPJC. Put themselves on map point here. There is still time, but
there's someone
are
at
they
D
gonna be
hill.
able to do it? Oh, actually, yeah. Is D gonna happen for them here? Not quite in time. HPJC 4 in a row. It's looking good for them.
It's looking very good for them.
It's just the fight over a drop shot, isn't it?
They're just not winning them. Yeah, they're Savage Camping. They've been, you know, they've been found out essentially. This is, you know, this really is the fight that I really don't agree with that. I really don't agree with that. I think they should have split the map, put something down at the other side, which, you know, could have been of use to try and take those home hills and just fight the drop shot with a long shot, a bow, you know, something, an M-bar. I just think that this fight, so far, HPJC have just had complete control over the last 5 rounds or so. Oh!
What's happened here then?
We've had a little disconnect, it seems. Little technical difficulties. Just as we were about to get that opening shot. I thought it was just Jack for a second then. I thought it was just Jack.
Oh, that is rough. Is that server? Is that us? I don't know. Wouldn't be us as the stream would be down, and it doesn't seem to be. That's a tough one.
It is. We'll have to get word from the players and see what's going on there. But
yep.
You know what? It was shaping up to be a really interesting round. As I said, you know, I didn't really like the weapon placements or the lack of weapon placements. It would seem. You know, the 2 incendiaries getting blocked off there. It seems like, you know, we've seen that a couple of times from Savage Camping. They like to play these aggressive fights, but without the grenades. And I think, you know, if history repeats itself, HPJC should have the advantage in that situation. But you know what?
Yep.
They've chosen to play it now. When we load back in, that's what they've got to play. And it's going to be an interesting fight because you saw they basically just headbutted each other. There was no real change of strategy there, Ton. They just decided that, you know what, smokes and flashbangs are going to decide this one.
I think it's probably wise to go to a short commercial break whilst we figure out what was going on there, whether the players got to continue on or not. So you may well be coming back to the last potential couple of rounds of that map, or we may be coming back to the grand final. We'll let you know in the chat, guys, what is going on. But we're going to go to a short break. We'll figure out what's going on. We'll get back into the game as soon as possible. See you then. Back into the swing of things we go. Back in the same spot that we were in. The weapons have all been set. We're in the same exact way that we were set up before, of course, the game decided to die. And here we are through. Back into it once again. HPJC still 1 round away.
That's it. This opening was looking pretty spicy, just as we like out last time, and same again this time around. Savage camping, going super aggro, taking it all the way up, and now you can see them pushing through again. Jack's going to go down, and this is a good opening. Savage camping, trying to get a couple more kills on the go. I like what I'm seeing. Slaps backing out. Teammates coming up. Reviv's coming through. Hydran gets shut down as well, and that is a Savage camping win there. And look what they've got for their reward. A drop shot coming through. Savage camping. They have the tools.
The tools to send us to round number 9. You're very right. Can't really do a great deal about this. Needs the rest of his team to get here as well. They're going to get there in time. Just about. Which way is the fight going to go? Oh, Slab's not the best drop shot. Not with all that chaos, but that one looks solid. Oh, no, he's messed it up. He hasn't landed it at all. Sends it over the top. Will find Phelpsy. That's a lot nicer. Did he fire that second one? It looked like he did. I don't know if I was tripping.
No, he fired the second one. He just turned around away from it. It was a bit of a fadeaway shot. But you got to say that first one was, it was really badly placed. His team were winning that fight, and taking Crazed out the equation there was something that you really don't want to do you, at that point in the game, just as you're about to try and get a triple cap. But let's take stock of things where they are now, Ton, as we see the points, 140 to 60. Really good point lead there. We see the Hills, Savage camping, got a 2 cap, and the setup is pretty nice as well. You see Crimson's has got control of up top here, but not quite pushing around just yet, waiting for his team to perhaps make a move over on the opposite side, on the home hill side, as see there is a little bit of movement on that mini-map as people start to edge up, and here's that movement. Phelpsy, real aggro push up the side. Shot grenade's going to come out. That's baited. Now they know that the shot grenade's not in question. They can start to make a little bit of a move, perhaps over towards this E-hill. Phelpsy's going to try and work out a flank if possible, and now Crimson's going to push through. Takes a couple of shots though to the head, and he's got teammates in tow, but 2v1 situation will be a bit of a trade. Downs will come through, and in the end, Slaps is going to be the one that lands the shots.
It's going to be the round. They had to win fights across the map. They won it over towards D, but that will not be enough. We will be heading to round number 9, map number 3 here in the semi-finals. Not quite for all the mob, but my god, I was about to say, was it 4-4, but of course it wasn't. That's the way they just managed to total the scores back up.
Question is what do the teams do? Someone's hovering the drop shot. Are we just going to get that double down on? Oh, more ammo on the drop shot. It's got 4 shots. 4 shots. You could have done anything. Could have done anything. And you decide to make it more lethal.
What would you have done then?
What would I have done? I still don't. Like, even though they won it, I would have put it somewhere else. I'd honestly just gone. Let's put something down and play a 2-weapon spread rather than just double down on the one that you've been going 50-50 on. But you know, that requires a very good kind of strategic playbook. Some would say. Have something prepped for this point in time, and they want to fight this fight out. They won it last time.
Yep. Incense.
Slaps is going to find a way to get his teammate out of this one. TJ going down, and that was a big mistake here. It's all a distraction though. The drop shot in hand. Can Craze get away with it? No, he can't. 3 members dead now. Yep. 3 members dead. 4 members dead. Slaps is just coming up. HPJC done enough.
He's got to do something special here, Slaps. Domination ticking. Here come the rest of the team. Should be here in time, but can they get in? Domination denied just about in time, but Hydran's going to manage to pick up that drop shot previously. A second kill going to come in with it here as well. Cog domination ticking. Nobody else there. HPJC will get themselves a date with Black Hawk down in the grand finals. What a performance out of them in that final round. GG. 5-4. What a game between these two.
Yeah. GG's indeed. That really was a close game, wasn't it? And HPJC, they come through. You asked me what would I have done on that last round, and I honestly think that was a mistake. from Savage camping at the end there. They had that left hand. Yes, they came into that round 8 on the right hand, so they had the opportunity to take an advantage there, right? The round after, they're on the left, they're at the disadvantage, and you know they tried to bait basically and get the drop shot out, but it didn't work out. And honestly, I think that was a mistake in weapon placements, but to get to that point, they've played really, really well. And, you know, commiserations to Savage Camping. They were a fantastic team to watch throughout today's stream, and it's a shame they're not going through to the grand final, but you got to look at HPJC. They have definitely stepped up. They've had a real tough run against some really, you know, slick opposing teams, and now they get a rematch against Blackhawk Down again. It's going to be the Elevate Rated R matchup that we saw in the Pro League of old, and now it's Blackhawk Down versus HPJC.
It's the matchup that we really did want. A fantastic performance from HPJC. And we will get to see that technical old Elevate against old Rated R coming up after a very, very short break. Grand Finals, a week 4 of the Open Series is coming up shortly. We'll see you in a sec. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Open Series week number 4. We have the grand final on our hands. It is HPJC taking on Black Hawk Down, or if you were here 6 months ago and we were not playing 5v5, it would be basically Rated R taking on Elevate. So we're excited for this one through, of course. It's something that is brewed. It's a rivalry that is brewed over time, and now we get to see it on the big stage, I suppose, here in Europe at the final point. So let's have a look at the bracket to see how we have got here, though, but very excited for this game nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. So, these two teams are storied teams. They have history against each other, as well as just in Europe in general. And, yeah, they're two of the best teams to ever do it over this side of the pond. So not surprised to see them in the final. Really good to see them going back at it again in a grand final. And as you can see on the screen, this is exactly how they got there. On the left-hand side, HPJC, we just saw them beat Savage Camping. They beat Maradona earlier, a team that won week 1. And, right on early in that round of 16, they beat Kings of Terror as well. On the right-hand side, Black Hawk Down, looking good. Hopper to pop, chomp chomp, 3x Rowdy, all out of the way, all dispatched. And they meet in the grand final. Yet to decide who's in that champions box, but, it's going to be a good game either way, I'm sure.
It should be. I think realistically, if your money was on anyone, it would be on Black Hawk Down. That's 3 in a row from them, or 2 in a row, I should say, from the last 2 weeks, and looking to make it 3. But this game between each other, they had this one in the quarterfinals last time round in week number 3, and it was a 5-4 win on the last map for Black Hawk Down. So we are expecting a close one. It was a 5-4 win on District, which is the first map we will be going to. Should be an interesting one. We've seen some hellish battles between these two in the Pro League on this map specifically. And this one should be a doozy. I'd imagine we're going to see one of our most competitive grand finals so far between these two. Excited to get in this one with you, Fruit.
Yeah, me too. I think you're right on that. And what better way to kick it off than on board with Phelpsy? Dropping down into the middle. You see a very strong push. A lot of teams are favouring this. Not all the way, though. And you see what Phelpsy's doing. He's just trying to get a bit of control over both of these teams. Juice and info kind of side of things. It is going to be Cougars, though, coming through with that opening kill. Expected to go down elsewhere, and no surprise, these teams are already back and forth, and that's it in each other's faces.
Making the push over towards C. The only ones getting points on the board right this second. Domination is ticking, but they do very well to get that far. Dragons, though, setting himself up in a position to try and do something. Really well played by Phelps. He turns around, dispatches of him, and now they can make their way over towards B. Over an extension by one player on Black Hawk Down. Trying to get past with ease if he can. It's going to be Marsh towards the back. He's dealt with. Well played by Hydrone. See, we just need to get a hold of that. They already do, sorry. And it is the one that they have their eyes on. Really even start to this game. Nobody able to really get much of an edge, but Strikers will take down Jack Fex, and it's going to be an able push out for Black Hawk Down now. Tidy up around their base, and now they need to try and get B back.
Yeah, definitely back and forth. Both teams just unable to lock in the opposition's home hill, but B hill swinging back and forth. Dragons with his new gamer tag. He get picked back up by his teammates. He'll go get that down on Crimsons, but Crimson's unable to get picked up just yet. Should be cleaned up pretty soon, I think. Rotation's going to come through now from both teams. He's going to go down towards the bandstand area. Going to get pushed up pretty aggressively. Flashbang's going to come in. Strikers isn't going to be able to do anything about that. He gets flashbanged and killed by 3, and here comes the push. Hydra chipping away at Marsh. Just get the down, just get the meat shield, and we'll get the decap. Potentially a domination as well coming through here as C's getting the treatment on the opposite side. It's Crimsons against Cougars. Interesting shots coming through from both. Meat shield gets picked up and back and forth on both sides, but HPJC are going to be the ones that open up and find the first round.
Really good win for them there to kick things off. Coming into this one nice and hot, Black Hawk Down won their semi-final quite some time ago. Not going to make excuses for them at all, but it's something to think about. As time goes on, will Black Hawk Down feel a little bit warmer in this game? HPJC coming off the back of a round 9 win. In their semi-final, of course, but Bulltox going down either side of the bandstand. That utility will come into play specifically a little bit more in the second half of this game, and will come into play when things start getting dropped. I think a drop shot out bandstand or cinema, maybe even a boom, maybe even frags in the middle. Teams like to get mixy on this map, but Cougars is going to be the first one to pick up a kill. Marsh is going to push forward, try and get a hold of B, but Hydro's going to try and contest this one now as Crimson's going down. Going to start by Blackhawk down in this round once again. B should be in their hands. Hydro going to have to back up. They should actually taking in as they've won the fight over towards A. Hydro has to make this push over towards B. He's going to get taken out, but the rest of the team finding the kills where they need to. This should be a domination coming on through. Marsh coming around to try and help out the push towards A. Crimson is able to get there and just try and delay it in time. Nobody else is here though. That's going to be a domination coming in from Blackhawk down. A quick round for them.
Very quick round and a nice answer. You don't want that to go 2-0. You want to put a statement round out after you lose a close one, and that's what they've just done there. Blackhawk down coming back and finding a nice second round. Love to see it. This is where we start to see those upgrades come on in. Retro is going to get placed probably on both sides. I imagine these teams won't vary too far from the difference, to be honest with you. Bannistan being hovered though. Are we going to see that early drop shot once again?
Do it.
On the side of HPJC. We've seen it on training grounds. You know, we saw it on Asylum. Now they're looking towards that cinema. They're going to put it down round 2. Who is this team? This is the old Elevate team. You know, Space Station Gaming team. When they were putting around on Gears 4 on Dam and putting some fantastic drop shots down in some weird places.
And one heading to the third round. Of course, Bandstand is where it's going to go down as well. The fight's going on over there as well, but Hydron keeping an eye on Cougars in the middle of the map. Marsh is going to find 2 kills over towards the drop though. Jack should get picked up here as well. Dragons deals with him, and really nice from HPJC, and Hydron's just not seeing Cougars there. Nice from Blackhawk down, I should say, as they now just try and make the push to survive in the round here, HPJC, but the fire's coming in from both ends. Domination ticking in 2 very quick rounds for Blackhawk down.
Yeah, perhaps just a little bit too quick, and that's always the worry, isn't it, when you're stacking an area with a drop shot like that, especially in cinema where it's, you know, it's so close quarters. A couple of shots, a couple of errant shots going off. Marsh picks up a double kill, and you know, jobs are good, and really, isn't it? It's pretty straightforward. So kind of interesting, really kind of interesting. And here we go, pistols down on both sides. You know, the reason the drop shot's up at that top side is really so that HPJC, they don't have too big of a disadvantage going into these weapon placements. That's why they didn't upgrade their Boltok to a retro. Smart play, really. They don't have to worry about that, you know, that disadvantage that you get from the weapon in the middle, and that's what go through a picture. Jackpack's jump on the wall to try and get anyone chasing through, and in the end it doesn't work quite how they planned it. Like the idea though. In the end, the Blackhawk down shotgun's just way too strong. Looking a strong Hydro, trying to make a comeback there, but nothing really to be found as Strikers is going to finish him with a knife. Blackhawk down, win the fight once again.
It's really not paying off, this drop shot placement, because obviously it's forcing the fight. It's not necessarily working out too well for HPJC now. Don't believe anybody got a hold of that drop shot, of course. C in control for Blackhawk down now. It's a hard push to get a hold of something here. I'd imagine C's probably the more favoured for HPJC. Cougars in a power spot. And if you're in Blackhawk down, you're in blue, you can transfer to C or B very quickly. Cougars just with a covering fire, going to drop Phelpsy, and now the aggression's going to come on through, surely. That gets him up. The push needs to start coming in shortly for HPJC. Kills are coming through though, it's Blackhawk down. Looking good for 3-1 here so far through.
That they are. Really good point lead here. A win in just over 40 seconds. Cougars trying his best here. Able to get anything done just yet. Marsh is though on the other side of the map, and Cougars really.
He's played his life well.
Yeah, he's just doing enough, isn't he? Just to keep himself nice and alive. And the Boltok coming out, that's horrible. Straight over the wall. Nice and easy to land.
Shots over towards Strikers.
Like flies.
Marsh is going to be there to help them clean up the kill though. Jack will go down. C and B in their control. 18 seconds win condition. There's been an overextension over towards C. So everybody else from HPJC is going to send themselves over towards B. They've got 25 seconds, but they've got a drop shot to run into as well. Marsh just going to back on down, help his team over towards C if they can secure something. Marsh is in the spot to help either side. Shots into Hydro. Cog team win condition is still there as well. Imagine the drop shot may come over to solidify this as well. And no, well, it's just going to kill Strikers, not to worry. But either way, Black Hawk down, already in the position to win the round. 3-1 now. Much more convincing from them in the past 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's just looking a little bit too simple, isn't it, really, for Black Hawk down? They're finding these kills. I mean, the assist tallies are really what's striking for me. If we can bring the scoreboard up just after the weapon placements, the assists on the side of Black Hawk's down are just so much higher. They're all in double figures. They're obviously, finding themselves in situations where they can shoot for each other. They're finding themselves in situations where, their rotations are quicker, that they can get to help their teammates a little bit easier. And there you go, look at it. There's what? 10 across the board for the side of HPJC, whereas 3 of the 4 members of Black Hawk down have 10 individually. Definitely good to see, and obviously that comes with more kills, but they're definitely trying to play for each other and trying to keep each other alive.
Cinnamon we go once again. Dragon's going to get caught out by the flash though in the corner. Phelpsy's here. Are they going to be able to win this fight for the first time? It's looking that way. A couple of kills in their direction in HPJC. Get the drop shot that they put down for the first time. Now let's push towards F and a quick one at that. Must have been a nice rotation for Cougars to find himself all the way through there. HPJC will get a hold of their home hill once again, and now it's the push over towards E, but subsequently Black Hawk down have had time to make the move over here, and not quite time to capture it, but the presence is here to try and shut down HPJC, but they have a Phelpsy, and they have a drop shot in his hands.
Yeah, we saw what he could do earlier, right? He's
yeah.
multiple doubles throughout multiple series, really. And he has looked really good. Over the wall this time around. We'll try and find the trick shot. Yeah, we'll come through. Beautiful little play there. Trick's probably a little bit of a stretch there from me, to be honest.
Maybe. Not quite TJ.
Nicely placed shot. No, exactly. After you've seen that, everything else becomes a little bit dull, doesn't it? But it was a nicely placed shot nonetheless. And, obviously he knows his map. He knows what he can get away with.
Marsh
Second one
as
coming
well.
through. We'll find Marsh. Yep.
HPJC
We'll go down as well.
Using their utility and power weapons to the best of their ability, and we'll take a lead in this round. Win condition still some way away. Where does the push come from for Black Hawk down? One member just respawning right now. That's going to be Cougars. He'll be making his way over towards the D side, and I think they're probably going to try and play around the drop shot coming back up. Good shots by Hydro, though. It's going to really hurt Marsh and stop the push coming through from him. Dragon's now pushing around the corner as well, maybe a little bit blindly. Marsh not there to really help him out as Dragons goes down. Marsh should probably fall up, but here come the rest of Black Hawk down. Can they get anything going with this fight? It's looking unlikely. They start to fall. And HPJC looking good for their second round here for it.
They really are. They've got control over all 3 hills. Strikers in a bit of a rough spot as well. Will go down. He'll not be able to do anything about this one. And actually, that defense coming through from Hydro was really, really strong. Not quite sure who it was to his left-hand side, but they played so well together that I was Phelpsy. That even 3 members of Black Hawk down couldn't push through. And I think Dragons was maybe a little bit too bit too aggressive there. I think he kind of pushed up a little bit before his teammates could really support him proper, and he just kind of ran into 2 shotguns. So you know what, he did deserve to to get caught out there and to die there, and ultimately a mistake costs his team a round. So we'd say it with any other team in the in the tournament, right? If you make a mistake and it costs you a round, we'd call it out, and I think that was a mistake. And at this level, something as small as going 2 seconds early, that's the catalyst, right? That's what can cause a round to be lost. So well played by HPJC, nice defense, and Black Hawk down only now with a 1-round lead.
See if Black Hawk down can maybe get the ball rolling as it was. It was 3 really convincing rounds in a row. Haven't been able to find that momentum as easily. Just losing these drop shot fights. Cougars playing Secret Man to try and get rid of Phelpsy. Yeah, he's going to get pushed now. Phelpsy needs to try and get out, keeping that backpack just in case he does go down. But here come the cavalry, and down goes Black Hawk down. Really, really good work by HPJC to help Phelpsy out there. They escorted him out through.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, to be fair though, Phelpsy's movement himself was really strong there on that fight. He ended up trying to get out without on the backpack, and saw him for a second just switch straight to his Nasher. He checked round the corner as well. So, you know, he had that shot lined up if someone was to chase him, and then put himself right in the back corner of that escape. Make sure he can get all the way around the back, as far away from those pallets as possible.
It's looking good for HPJC to try and answer back. I'm going to tie this one up. And as said, last time these two did meet, this one went all the way to around number 9. So often still want to say around 11, you know. Right now,
Yeah.
HPJC trying to tie us up in round number 6. Drop shot going to come through. Phelpsy once again deadly accurate and finds the second as well. Massive play from Phelpsy. He's going to find Dragons playing the Secret Man as well. Oh, he'll let him know about it if he does. Oh, maybe a little bit of a mistake, but Dragons is going to find him. Well played there. Need to get something going for Black Hawk Down because right now, they are maybe a little bit toothless.
Yep. Yeah, I do agree with you. They're getting caught out a little bit too easily, I think. They're not finding these team fights as well as they have been doing against other teams. And HPJC, they're, you know, even against the odds sometimes, they're finding those picks, those kills. And that's what, you know, a lot of the other teams that Black Hawk Down come up against aren't able to manage, right? When Black Hawk Down try for a 3-person push and they catch a couple of people off guard, they usually win it, right? Some around HPJC, they're off that standard where even 2v3 they can sometimes win. That's good luck. Dragon.
Eyes on target!
It's my Dragons trying to put some pressure on over towards D. Obviously that win condition still belongs to HPJC. On a 1 cap, Dragons getting aggressive. Here we go. This could be the round if they can try and get a hold of it. The D cap doesn't come through and he doesn't have any help from his teammates. Marsh was defending elsewhere. Look at this overextension coming through. I believe that's Hydron. He'll get a hold of E, or at least decap that one. Marsh needs to make this drop shot work. Hasn't found much with it. Strikers is going to kill one, but Marsh goes down, and that's with the drop shot still available. Strikers will find another, but HPJC in control of E is going to be enough. 3-3. Come back to Zon. And done. 3 more rounds to go. I believe we see a round 9 here. These two seem so evenly matched at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, I believe so. Although HPJC, they seem to be getting, Black Hawk Down a little bit under their control, it seems. I really do like how, over the course of games, HPJC, they adapt a little bit, right? They start to figure out their opponent, and you can see more and more rounds going their way. They did it against Savage Camping in the previous round. The opening few rounds usually went the way of Savage Camping, and as soon as HPJC figure them out, that's it, right? The rounds start to flood their way, so definitely an interesting one, and let's keep an eye on as we go into this next opening fight here. Round 7 opening. He's going to flashbang out. Will get stunned himself. No, he just dodges that stun ever so slightly. That looked like he was on his toes, but just dodge. Shock grenade is not going to be dodged by anyone, though. Phelpsy gets hit. Teammates goes down. Marsh is going to get the clean there, and it is all back and forth, isn't it? It looks like Black Hawk Down have done the job really to get control of Cinema here, but Phelpsy's wrapping round, trying to get towards this wall. Not able to get there as he gets met with 2 shotguns, and here come Black Hawk Down pushing out.
Trying to push out. Just gets a hold of the drop shot. Will help his teammates get up, but he's going to drop. It's not the best situation to be in. Oh, the headshot. Oh, and the code follows up with the Hydron kill as well. That is ridiculous from Cougars. A bit of fortune to it, has to be said. Wouldn't surprise me to see another drop shot winging its way in, but my goodness. I'm going to feel a bit bad for HPJC there. But good play from Cougars.
It was a nice play. Very nice play. Good drop shot placement. Crim in a bit of a rough spot here. Might get caught down. Insens's going to come out, try and clean the kill. It's thrown that slightly bit too short. Drop shot goes too far as well. And for 1 kill, that is a hell of a lot of stuff used, to be honest with you. And in the end, it's not even going to be worthwhile. Grim's back on his feet. 2 players down the bandstand. You got to think incendiary and drop shot used to try and clean up that kill on Martian. Sorry, on Crim, and not a single shot has landed.
Not great. Black Hawk Down. This will be 3 rounds they've bled in a row. Just trying to set themselves up, spreading across the map to see if they can figure out a route through. Crimson's just trying to hold, waiting for the push to come through. He knows it has to. In the most advanced position for his team, Lancers are going to have to support him as the push does come through, but they probably will expect him to be there. Dragons, though. Tagging him up. You know where he is now. The flash comes through. Striker's going to make the push now as Crimson's is blinded. Well played by Black Hawk Down. Is this going to result in E, though? It may well, but it needs to result in maybe a little bit more here. Black Hawk Down need to make this push over towards F. Dragons is going to find the kill on the Jack Vex, and here comes the push on the other side of things. Cougars and Co. getting things going. Can they find the wraparound? Yes, he can. Phelpsy drops, and are they going to be able to steal this round away? They need to keep them out. Cog will dominate. HPJC need to get in. It's not going to happen. They steal it at the death, and that is 4-3 to Black Hawk Down. They stop the bleeding. And then 1 round away from that number 1.
That's not a round you want to lose, is it? That really is. 2-4-8 on the clock, and you end up losing like that. That's a killer. That's a killer, as we say in this business. And yeah, you got to feel for HPJC there. They did a lot to to get themselves in a situation where they could have won that round. And all in all, it just comes down to one fight. And Cougars does well. His teammates do well. Just not enough players really from HPJC able to do anything about it. Shot grenades locked out this time, ton. I mean, it's going to get a little bit spicier down in the bottom there. No one's got to worry about getting shocked out, stunned out. They can just get loose with those smokes, with those flashbangs. And I expect it to be probably a 3v3 fight up there. It looks like teams are kind of going 1 middle, 3 cinema. Here's the flashbang out. Crimson's holding on to this for a little bit longer. That gives Cougars time to get into there. Teammate flashbang comes through, but it's not good enough. And Dragons is going to get that opening kill as Jack Vex on his right-hand side. Have they seen him? That's the question. Dragons is going to fly through, gets that little wraparound shot, but Jack, hiding in the smoke, does get that 1 kill. And that was the kill on the drop shot as well, so that's a big, big kill. If it hit him, he's going to get taken down in the end. Question is whether or not that drop shot got backpacked. I think it did.
Talk down, though. Can they find anything off the back of this? Not quite. Dragons is going to go down. I do apologize for my headphones died. Just let you wing away with it.
All good, all good. Didn't notice, to be honest. Thought you were just doing a tactical pause. Give me a breather.
Andrew and Co now trying to find a spot where they can just hold this, because that's all they need to do. But they were in a good spot to do that last time round, and Black Hawk Down made it work. And oh my god, Strikers has punished him there. Very well aware what's going on. This Dragons goes down to Crimson's now. Strikers pushing over. Marsh and Co though, just about getting this one locked in. It's E now on their side. Win condition will technically be with them and will be with them. 70 seconds. Strikers could do a win this fight. Not going to happen. Jack gets the better of him. Cougars having to back on down, but thinking about that drop shot potentially coming back up once more. Bomb domination's ticking though out of absolute nowhere, and that's going to be short-lived. But Dragons is going to have to back down in the middle of the map. The kills are starting to come through for HPJC. This is looking like a round number 9, and we'll get it. 4-4.
Really good play across the board from HPJC there. Winning 1v1 fights up on the home hills, as well as that team fight victory down on the E hill. Secured them around 9, and the question is now Jack, he has the opportunity to place one last weapon. It's going to be those incendiary grenades, so evens across the board now, and HPJC, they have everything they need, everything they want. Black Hawk Down, they get to answer. Now hovering that middle spot, what could they put there? It's going to be the marks are going down, so a little bit of long-range riflery to help kind of support that middle fight, but ultimately, Chris, that's a proxy weapon. That's a weapon that is being placed there because neither team really want to change the map. They're happy with how this is going to be played. I expect it to be a pretty similar strat from both sides, but actually Black Hawk Down, they've decided to change things up a little bit here. They're going to use that shot grenade maybe to delay HPJC a little bit, and they've rotated one through the bottom of E, and they're trying to make the play on the info room, and they have managed to do just that. You can see Hydron's going to fall. That's a 3v4 situation now for just a second. Incendiaries over the top from Cougars aren't quite good enough, and now he's going to try and fight on the wall. He can get a kill here on Jack Vex. There is a little bit of help there in the back, and this is good for Black Hawk Down so far.
Dragons gets a hold of the drop as well. I feel like I heard it fire out, but I didn't see it finish. Who's going to get a hold of that Markser as well? No, I didn't. He's still got 2 shots in it. Markser's not a bad weapon to have, though, if you are set up. Dragon's been very, very keen to make the movement over towards E. Not going to find anything that was very, very bold. Now he needs to help his team to try and survive, and I just feel like that's a bit of a waste from Dragons. He's put his team maybe in a really bad spot here, as the domination could tick on through. If you're HPJC, you can lock this one in. Black Hawk down have to go, and they have to go quickly. 3 seconds, 2, 1, denied. Cougars pushed on through, but can the rest of the team get here to help it? They're not going to be there in time. Dragons needs to go, and not quick enough. HPJC find the round and find the map 5-4 and take a lead here in the grand finals.
You've got to question, haven't you, that drop shot? You really do have to question
Very
it.
silly.
I really don't know what he was trying to do. He was trying to delay the capture at E, I think, but in such a position where it's so difficult to land that shot. Yeah, because you need to hold the trigger for so damn long. Before you get anywhere near landing that, you're going to get lanced down. And we saw exactly that play out. And it's such a quick rotation from the middle there on the fountain to the opposing team's home hill that if you lose any kind of control there, you're asking to be triple capped, especially if you miss the drop shot as well. Insane really. Yeah. And you know what? HPJC, they capitalized perfectly on that. They realized what was happening. They didn't get killed by the drop shot. They were in position to get the Lancer down, and in the end they cleaned up as well. So well played to them. They deserved that opening map, especially on that round 9.
Yeah, I think if you're Dragons there, you can just pocket that. You don't need to, even if HPJC get a hold of it, it's early in the round. You don't need to commit absolutely everything. Okay, fair enough if you're really near the end and you need that kill on E to stop them getting it to stay in the game, then fair enough. But in that situation, it really feels like it wasn't needed. I don't know. I don't think we're even being too harsh. I feel as if that was really not the right play for Dragons to make. Suddenly their Marsh is there to try and support them, to try and keep this player alive that has a drop shot. He goes down as well. All of a sudden, they went down very, very close to their home hill. Have to make the transition over. It was one of those plays where you're putting all your eggs in one basket, and somebody got the basket and just launched it against the wall. So I mean that's it. That's the game. Just from that one little mistake that he makes, it turns into a big one, and there you go. That's it, done. 5-4 in map number 1 to HPJC. They did take a map off Black Hawk Down last time they did play, and then Black Hawk Down did come away as winners in that one. But I tell you what, that was a really good performance from HPJC. They capitalized on the mistake that came through and find themselves deservedly 1-0 in the lead.
Yeah, and the second half for HPJC throughout the whole tournament so far, right, has just been really strong across all the maps we've seen them on. They aren't particularly great when there's not much on the map to think about, to worry about, right? But as soon as there is, some incendiaries down, some shot grenades down, their ability to track all of that and work out what the best play is based upon the whole map, not only just the hills and where players are, but what's coming up next, how long those rotations are. They're really good at it, and it shows in their second half because they win the majority of the second half rounds, every single map we see them.
Vasgar coming up. Who do you fancy in this one? Because I'm struggling, to be honest with you. I am struggling. I think, I put Black Hawk down as favourites in this one overall in the series, just based on, obviously, past games between each other in the quarterfinals last week. It was a Black Hawk Down win, albeit, very, very closely. They've won the last 2 Open Series. I think it would be hard to bet against them, but I don't know. I feel as if that's a bit of a tilting round number 9 loss, and who knows? Who knows if there's maybe arguments in the camp right now. I would like to think they maybe leave it for after the series, but nonetheless, they're going to be heading into a Vasgar feeling as if they were in a good position in round number 9 to close it out in District, and ultimately threw it away. So let's see how they get on in Vasgar, but it's been a very good game so far. Thank you to everybody who has been hanging out tonight. It's we were flying through the first 2 games, and then all of a sudden, as soon as that one came through where we had to reset the lobby and whatnot, that's what slowed us down. But it's been a good night of Gears of War. We've seen some very competitive games, and the EU scene still alive and well. 33 teams once again, which is fantastic. I was a little bit concerned yesterday. I seen 7 at about midday yesterday. But everybody comes flurrying in towards the end. But it's fantastic to see this turn out once again. Week number 4, we've stayed a strong 33 teams. It's great. If we could get up to 40 one week, that would be fantastic as well. But everything seems pretty competitive at this moment in time, and I've enjoyed what we've seen so far this evening.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. There's good teams across the board. There's been some roster changes, obviously, and I think that's probably why we saw that number count, slowly going up yesterday
Mm.
and more so today, right? It did jump pretty significantly today as teams were figured out and people kind of sorted themselves out into their groups. But yeah, I mean, 33 teams can't sniff at that, right? 35, 33 just on the weeks that I've been here, and I know there's been the same as well in the other 2 weeks. It's been fantastic. Obviously, I want to say a big thank you to Gears EU, the Twitter at Gears EU as well, because those
Yeah.
guys have been retweeting all the FA posts across the entire community. They've been getting people in teams. They've been, making sure everyone knows what's what, and they do good service for the community over here in Europe. So thank you to you guys for
100%.
helping us reach those numbers every single week. It's definitely down to hard work across the board from everyone. But
Yep.
yeah, great to see. 40 would be fantastic. I think we might be a little bit way off there, but next week maybe I'll throw a team in, and at least we'll be up to 34. We'll see.
I was waiting on Toby throwing a team in. What's happened now? We've got Elliot Darko's back in the mix, at least anyway.
Well,
we haven't
Toby's got
heard
to
from him
relearn
though.
how to use a controller.
Oh, that's very true. I need to see if Elliot has even talked. No,
He
not
played
nothing.
today.
He did play, but he hasn't mentioned it at all in the chat that we have, of course, with the
you know
Gamers
why,
Casters
right?
in Europe. Yeah, I know exactly why. It's because they probably lost 5-0.
You got-
Poor
you got
Elliot.
beat.
Poor Elliot.
If it
I'd
had
love to
won,
get-
we'd have heard everything about it.
Oh well, no, of course. But I would love to get him, and this is not anything on you and Toby. I'd love to get him on a cast again just for an absolute laugh. What was it? What was it? Put me in a package and post me, Toby. Was it? Oh my goodness, ridiculous.
What a guy! What a guy! But
Let me
yeah.
get him back in for maybe one more. Just a last hurrah for him.
He
But,
can have one of
hopefully-
my weeks just so I can watch him.
just so you can play and listen to Elliot Darko cast over your
Yeah.
gameplay. Right, hopefully we are going
The
to get
dream.
into. Oh yeah, I mean that's just the pinnacle of your career if that happens, I suppose, isn't it?
I mean, you're probably not wrong. If I've made it on stream, I've done something right, haven't I? I mean, quarterfinals. Let's go.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. Just waiting on this second map getting started up. We should be loading into Vasgar very, very shortly, of course. But I'm curious on this map. I am curious to see which way this one goes. I think typically, top of my head, we've seen some good performances from Black Hawk Down on this one. Obviously, we haven't seen much of HPJC just for the lack of playtime that they've had in. Of course, we've seen them come back in last week and have a really good time of things, nearly getting one over on Black Hawk Down that time round. I can't remember the other maps. I specifically remember them playing District on the last map. I can't remember the others, but Vasgar should be a close one nonetheless. But I do quite like it for Black Hawk Down. I'm not too sure your thoughts on that, Fru.
I do like it for Black Hawk Down. I think it's quite an aggressive map, especially with the the pre-capped hills. You pretty much split off into your duos, right, to either side, and you scrap it out. And I think that does suit Black Hawk Down, to be honest with you. There's not quite as much emphasis on making sure that all the team is shooting for one another, and you're basically watching each other's back. No, it's just that straight 2v2 until something gets placed down. The time at which it's going to get interesting is when HPJC says, you know what? Screw this. Enough of that. Let's put a boom shot down or a drop shot down at the tank, and let's play that for like 6 rounds, because we'll figure out how you want to play it, and then we'll beat you at it. And that's what I'm going to be interested to see if that happens, because Vasgar's a little bit of a different map, obviously, with the side switching and whatnot, so a little bit more to kind of think about there. But HPJC, if they decide to play it similar to how they've played the last few maps we've seen of them, like, I think they could come out of this 2-0. I think Vasgar is another map where if you track things properly, that is a huge advantage, because it's such a weird map in terms of how it lays out. People cutting through the middle, people making those rotations, coming through your own spawn to flank you. Like it's just a really strange layout, right? And it's totally kind of unique to our esport. So we'll see. But I think HPJC do have a chance at this. I do.
Well, we're going to go for a quick break, or maybe not actually. No, okay, well, we heard there's maybe potential issues with Black Hawk Down having with their party chat, etc., etc. So hopefully they do get it figured out pretty sharpish. But I said it's been a good day of Gears so far, and we've still got 6 more weeks. That's the thing. We've got 6 more weeks before the finals. Of course, no dates announced for that. We'll get that out as soon as we possibly can. I think it's just a case of figuring out when things are lining up correctly, but no doubt we will have it on a the best day possible for the EU community, and very excited for that when we do get there. But as I said, still 6 weeks of Open Series play, so I do see people in there chatting, see, you come back, and that's something that I do notice week in, week out. We've got people in here, and like I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know everybody in the EU Gears community, far from it. But to the same point, you got people chatting in here who I haven't seen in other broadcasts, of course, when we ran the Pro League, when we were running the majors. I've got people in here that I've not seen in before, and then people are saying, they're maybe coming back. I mean, Agonize saying tuning best it's been since Gears 4, etc., etc. So hopefully we are going to see plenty of people coming back and getting involved. And it has been entertaining. It's been really, really good. I think the 4v4 and the current shooting is probably the best version of Gears 5 that I've personally seen so far as well. So good job to everybody who worked on Gears 5 through. You especially, mate.
I'm not taking any of that credit whatsoever. But what I do agree with is that I think 4v4, to be honest, has been a real big positive change. Obviously, it's a lot easier to put teams together. Beyond any reasonable doubt, 5v5 kind of killed Gears over in Europe a little bit, coming from Ultimate Edition into 4. Like it just did, sadly. And I think the tuning as well. It's heading a little bit further back towards those UE days. It's nowhere near, like Gears 1 or Ultimate Edition. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that for those that preferred that style, this is a much more kind of tolerable setup than the old kind of hyper-bound style of Gears 4, Gears 5, and Gears 3 to somewhat. So I think it is a nice middle ground at the moment between, I guess, old school Gears and new school Gears, to put it that way. Old school trilogy. I can't really say that because Gears 3 was super fast, but like way back when Gears and current Gears, it's a nice middle ground, and I think that's enticing a lot of people to come back because they know it's not horrendously too far one way or the other in terms of what they prefer. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see old players coming back, and with you being able to kind of bring back those old teams again, those old 4v4 groups that you used to play with. It's a lot easier to jump back in with a few of your mates and play a few of the EGL Open Series.
Yeah, just to point out there, I didn't say that the finals would be in 6 weeks. Obviously, it's going to be in 6 weeks or further, because obviously we've got 6 weeks more of play, so it's not going to be before that, is what I'm saying. I didn't say it would be in 6 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that would be a bit silly, wouldn't it? But of course, I mean, another reason that you want to get involved, you do want to get yourself a better seed for that finals, of course, whenever it is. You need to get yourself some EGL points, of course, EGL RP, to get yourself in a better spot. Rubik's, I am glad his hair is back, and I'm glad mine's back as well, to be honest with you. We just didn't have the patience during previous lockdown, but I'm going to make sure that I do have the patience this time around. But I do believe... are we nearly ready to go, or are we still having issues, or... Okay, it looks like we're just about to start. Fantastic news. Thank you very much, Matt. Of course, Matt round with us as well. He's the one that puts this together, produces for us as well, so big shout out to Matt, as per usual. He doesn't need me to. He knows I appreciate him. He knows we all appreciate him, doesn't he? He's a man of few words, but he knows. He hasn't actually given me any stick this week. Sometimes I get the odd little comment here and there, or a little chuckle at some stupid stuff that I'm saying, but I must have been well behaved. Or not said anything stupid yet, or maybe he's not listening. One of the two.
Just noting it all down for after.
Yeah. Why did you say this? Why are you an idiot? Etc. etc. But hopefully we are ready to get into map number 2 of this grand finals very, very shortly. Vasgar coming up. A bit of a different map to District, of course. District, that very typical Gears, linear, symmetrical map, whereas Vasgar is the furthest from that. I remember when the game first came out, everyone was like, my god, Vasgar is terrible. Now, actually, once people have adapted to it, it is very different. I don't hate it.
For real. It's way different. And I don't hate it either. And you know what? I said this since day one, and I say it about every single map that comes through. People just need to take the time to learn it. Now people have figured out why it's good and why it should be played. People pick this all the time, and people love to play on it, and that's what I was trying to get across with the reactor debate. No one's giving it anywhere near enough time. You look at maps like Vasgar, that hugely unpopular to begin with. It just took people a while.
Martian Cup. I'm going to get this first break over towards B. Black Hawk down as mentioned. Do need 2 maps in a row here now. HPJC just need to grab one of them. Be a week 4 champions, and it really would set us up nicely for the next 6 to have this battle between them. There'll be something for HPJC to just come back in and find themselves a win after not really a great deal of practice. Haven't necessarily put in the same amount of time, although recently it does seem as if they are making sure they want to stamp themselves as the best team in Europe once again. They were at the tippity top for quite some time, but rated R right towards the end of that Pro League came back, took the spot. Pro League ended, so HPJC haven't had the chance to get revenge, if you like, and it feels as if they are building. They want to put themselves in that spot. The Open Series will be important for them, but they'll be aiming for the finals. Right now, though, it's looking good for a Black Hawk Down win in round number 1. Domination ticking. Jack is there to try and prevent it. Tries to stay alive as long as possible. Don't think it's going to matter too much. Not close enough. He knows that. Black Hawk Down. Round number 1.
Very nice opening round from them, wasn't it? Pretty straightforward, to be quite honest with you. Finding their way through, finding the kills, and only 1 kill going over to HPJC. That's not quite good enough. They need to be better if they are to do anything really against Black Hawk Down here on Vaskar. Weapon placements. These are going to be interesting. See what happens here. Boltok's going to go down on the arrival side. Tickets probably will receive the same treatment in just a second as Phelpsy does ponder over this one. It is indeed that Boltok, and you know, this map, they don't have that luxury of starting the placements on one side of the map and then building a power weapon on the other side, because those home hill pickups, they're pretty similar distance depending on which side you're on to the 2 major placement options. So whoever does place the big weapon down on this map will be at a disadvantage no matter how they decide to play it.
Dragon's putting shots down. Stop this B push coming in. Jack's going to find one though, and HPJC one now. Not their offensive over towards tank. And as to be said, I haven't really seen a great deal from Dragons this week, and that's a misplay as well. Hasn't necessarily been at the races for his team so far in the finals.
No, it's it must be all that. I'm not even going to say what I was going to say. Just asking for a can of worms on Twitter that someone will bring up and clip. So I was going to say it must be him readjusting to the European style of play. Is what I will say. But yeah, he's definitely not been as active as he used to be in the Pro League. That's for sure. Good headshot coming out from Prim. You can see strikers now. Now the focus of HPJC. They start to push out. A push through comes through from, I believe that's Cougars. A little bit of distortion on my feed here as this fight does go through, and Crimson's, you will get taken out as well after getting that nice blind fire down.
Does go down. HPJC looking good for this round, but everything's starting to tick over towards Black Hawk Down. Currently getting no points on the board. Jack gonna go down. Cougars, good play from him. Elimination ticking, but not quite able to be locked in. But Hydra head off as well, and Crimson's maybe next on the chopping block. As we said, Dragons has been quiet. That's a little bit more like it. Black Hawk Down, that's going to be 2 rounds in a row. And 2 relatively solid ones from them as well. Looking good here on map number 2.
This is looking good. This is looking very good, and I do wonder now if this will be the point at which HPJC decide to place something a little bit bigger down and perhaps start to force this fight into a more larger scale team fight. Retro Lance are going to go down here on the side of Black Hawk Down. The hover over the Boltok suggests they might be doing the same here, but I'm not sure it's going to be the right option. Arrivals. Talon's going to go down. 2 pistols on the go. Now this one's quite interesting.
Retro picked up by Dragons. Continue off where I left in that previous round. Mark's coming on and up, and the big fight over towards the tank. Typical 2-2 split though, as others heading over towards the stairs, over towards A and C. Flash is coming out, the engagement coming in. Talon putting shots down, really well played by Phelpsy. There's a lot of damage coming out of that one, but the push is going to come on through as Crimson's did go down. Revive chain might come on through. They're trying to get rid of Phelpsy. They will be able to get rid of Phelpsy. As Crimson's went down as well. If Jack can find this fight as well, that would be massive. But the shots into Dragons get them very, very low, but not quite low enough. Black Hawk Down win on this side of things. They win on the other. Domination ticking in 3-0 Black Hawk Down.
They're finding it a little easy. I said this in the first map. and then HPJC started to come back. But honestly, it is pretty straightforward for Black Hawk Down at this point. They're winning those 2v2 fights. The revive just weren't there. Crim just couldn't get the revive on Phelpsy when he was down on the floor, and you know what? Damage output really from Black Hawk Down is just stronger at the moment. They really are doing well, and Jack's got the opportunity now to maybe play something at the tank. Still thinking about it. I would like to see something go down personally. I would like to see something like a sniper or an M-bar, but drop shot's going to go down straight away, and I'm not too sure. For me, that's the best placement, but they like to go pretty heavy, don't they, with their placements to HPJC, so see how it plays out. Scale team fight here over towards B side.
Big fight over towards B. Drop shot taken by Cougars. He's going to get out. Hydron dropping him not once, but twice, but 3 times in the end. Dragons getting forward, getting aggressive. Can't find the second. Ultimately, Black Hawk Down. Are going to kind of lose that trade they got through. They got the drop shot. They got out. Doesn't fall into HPJC's hands, but C and B do. Good start to the round for them, and I mean, hell, they need it. 3-0 down right now.
Yeah, they really do. If they've any hope of kind of coming back in this one, they need to start putting some rounds kind of underway and start making some plays, and potentially one of those. Marsh down for just a second here. Black Hawk Down. 3 members strong on this broken wall in front of us. Going to start to make the push. There goes the smoke grenade, cuts off the lantern fire. Hydron's going to fall pretty quickly. Phelpsy finds the down in return on Marsh, but revive's going to come through. 3v1 situation now. 3v2, sorry. Phelpsy does find 1. Can he find 2 though? Can he make a play of it? No, he cannot, and he gets taken out. Black Hawk Down. They will control this map. They will control the C hill. They're going to lock that one in. You can see the push going over onto the B side. It's Cougars against Jackvex. All tucks in hands for both these players, I believe.
At least Cougars has one. It's this fight over towards tank that's going to be influential, because even if they do win this fight, we know that the drop shot will be coming up shortly, even if they do lose C, which they have done. Shots coming in, and Crimsons will go down. That's the Talon once again.
Target my mark.
And an eye for that drop shot coming up very, very shortly, but Black Hawk Down have left it. They don't feel they need it. They're just converging on C where they can. Big team fight about to come up in here now as well. 45 seconds remaining in the round for a swarm win condition. This will be Black Hawk Down 4-0. The roll from Dragons is going to be punished, but only momentarily. But is the trade going to come on through? Cougars can't quite find the kill. Crimsons can. Can the push come back through from them? Black Hawk Down seem to be getting the kills up here as well. Crimson's damaged, but will find strikers. Nonetheless, Black Hawk Down will have to back down momentarily, but the kills start to come on through. It's Marsh and Cougars combining well, and Jack is the last one on the chopping block. He's done that 4 rounds in a row. Black Hawk Down with a statement in map number 2 potentially here.
Definitely. So I mean, the play by Cougars there on the pillar was really nice to take out Phelpsy, but you're right. In general, just the team play in general between Marsh and Cougars, that was fantastic. They didn't overcommit when the revive came through from Crimsons. A lot of teams would have kind of tried to swarm that right and get themselves in a real sticky situation. They backed off. They put the fight, into scenery essentially that they wanted to fight in, and they positioned themselves well around it. Nicely played by Black Hawk Down, and 4-0 now the score. Yeah, this is the grand finals, remember, ton as well. This is to tie things up, 1 apiece it could be. After 1 more round here, we could be going to that last map in the grand finals. Story that'd be HPJC having a very, very tough route to get here. Splashing a bunch of savages, we'll call them. Oops, he cuts through the middle. Not an orthodox play here. This is an interesting one.
Setting himself up so the push can't come through, and maybe he is quick through towards E. They do want to split it themselves. Just a line and a bit of a stalemate to kick things off. Now the move over towards E is coming on through. Big fight going on over there as well. Cougars against Phelpsy. I'm feeling number 9 is going to come around and try and help out. Phelpsy takes the first bit of damage, and significantly more. Well played by Black Hawk Down. Cougars waited his time, and well, Dragon's not necessarily getting anything done there with the Incend. Crimsons will get the drop. So it's going to be a trade out here. HPJC will get the hills as well. Black Hawk Down don't really have a lot to play with here for probably the first time in the whole map. He's been dominant so far.
Problem is drop shots like that really aren't going to help matters. Crimson just get a bit of damage down, and Blackhawk Down perhaps a little overzealous on this play as they do push forwards, and out of the nowhere, here comes Cougars. Just get a kill, trades 1 for 1. Dragon should fall here as well if Crimson's going to land a few more of these pistol bullets. Should go down. Dragon's doing a real good work here though as he finds Jack, and you bet Dragon's going to push on this as well. Flashbang's going to come out. Dragon goes maybe a little bit too early, gets taken out by Crimson's here. Crim doing his best to keep his team alive, but he can't do it. Even the golden child here of Blackhawk Down can save the day as... Sorry, HPJC. Blackhawk Down. Find those kills. Ooh. Hydrant's going to fall as well. Cougars trying to find a second here. Jack's going to fall, and skill on the side of Blackhawk Down really is showing at the moment. They're really pushing these fights. They're not scared to put themselves in rough scenarios against a very good team. Dragons there, trying to put 2 people. Most people would not even think of trying that, right? Their only option at that point would be to back off, but no, he goes forwards. So that shows why he's a better player than I am, but it's what it is. Incense come out, flashbangs come out. Crimson's runs through the fire to try and find a fight here. Strikers in a rough position. This round is so back and forth, it's great.
Very back and forth, but Swan with that win condition, although that might change around very, very shortly. Crimson's could do with winning the fight, as does Hydron on the other side of things. Swan win condition still there. Is that going to tick down? I wonder. It isn't. We went off for 1 cap. They need to keep a hold of something here. Hydron is going to be able to decap here. Does seem as if Blackhawk Down should be able to get this one back, but Jack is going to find 2. Can he find anything else? It was just the 1. He can't find Cougars to find the second. Where's that drop shot ended up going? Let's see who's got a hold of that one. Here it comes in over towards D. HPJC need everything they can possibly get here. They need to get a hold of E as well. Hydron's making his way over, but needs to do it in the next 15 seconds. Doesn't have any backup either. And look at this extension coming in from Blackhawk Down over towards D. Winning fights there as well. This is thinking of a 5-0 win. Win condition just keeps on ticking down. Blackhawk Down force a map number 3 with a 5-0 win on Vazgot.
If that's not a statement, I don't know what is. 5-0 Blackhawk Down. Really looking good there. Cougars, Spanish flag in the background. What's he doing there? I don't even know what that is. Looks like he's digging a grave or something.
He's sweeping, mate. He's sweeping.
Sweeping. Oh, he's getting rid of the trash. I see. Well, they're not gone just yet. He needs to brush a little harder. It's 1-1 now. HPJC. They didn't look too great on Vascar, I'm going to be honest. I thought they'd look a little bit better, and I don't think they really had a game plan. They kind of just threw a couple of pistols down and then a big weapon and then lost. And it didn't really feel like the old HPJC that we've seen in the last few matches, right, where they really do know what they're doing and they've got a plan and they're going to execute this plan, and it might take them a few rounds to get into it, but by the end of it, they're going to come out with a map. It didn't seem that great. So hopefully, last map, maybe something different. Blackhawk Down, though, they just ran at everything. They found the fights, they found the kills. I mean, scoreboard-wise, we're looking at 16 kills for Cougars, and there was no one even on half of that on the side of HPJC. So really well played Blackhawk Down, deserved to win that map, but it's not quite over yet. It's only 1-1.
Just 1-1. Last time these two did meet as well, it was a map number 3 that had to decide it. Was around 9 that had to decide it. Curious what the map is. I'm going to swing in the air and say Asylum? Foundation. Okay, I was wrong. I mean, Asylum's... I think they played each other in Asylum last time round, but Foundation's a nice map. I feel as if I have not seen Blackhawk Down even falter on this map whatsoever.
No.
I haven't.
I'm trying to think as well. I mean, they're pretty good at it. They are pretty good at it. And you know what, though? They're coming up against the HPJC that played Foundation earlier.
Yeah.
Remember what they did?
Yeah.
They placed that drop shot right in the middle. And that is not an orthodox thing. That's not something we've seen them do before in terms of Blackhawk Down. We've not seen them play these weird placements. And that could be something interesting to maybe challenge them a little bit. So we'll see what HPJC do on that front. But there's definitely potential to it not be the same Foundation we always see.
Yeah, the potential is there, of course, but will they mix it up? In the end, it was TJ had to pull out the cat fully out of the bag, didn't they? He really did have to go massive for his team to get themselves to that point, but my goodness me, I mean, they will need to come up with a much better final round if it does get to that point than what they did against TJ. And of course, the squad that they were playing up against in the semi-final. But here we go. It should be starting very, very shortly. Foundation. Go on, give me a prediction.
Oh, Black Hawk down. 3-peat. Back to back to back.
I think so.
I feel after that 5-0, that was pretty demoralising. I know I'd probably want to hang up my controller after that battering. So I would be surprised if HPJC don't come out swinging in this one, and they give it their best shot for sure. I think they have the ability to, but Black Hawk Down just looks so good there, and they obviously, they were warming up in that second map, and they found a lot of kills that against HPJC I don't think usually would fly. If they were fully practiced and fully prepped. So I think that at the moment Black Hawk Down have just got the luxury of just being kind of most practiced, currently on fire team, and HPJC they're catching up at the moment. So prediction wise, yeah, I will say Black Hawk Down 2-1, but I hope it's a close one. I really do. I hope we see another round 9.
We may well into map number 3 here. Is this our first map number 3 on the Open Series in the grand final? Top of my head? I think it may well be,
May well be. I'm trying to think. I don't think we've had another one. Maradona won 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 first week, and then I Hawk Down won 2-0 second week, and third, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, this is our first one in the grand final, which is good news. Fantastic to see the competition heating up, and HPJC, I think, if they even go on to lose this game, there's still going to be positives to take. The progress is there week in, week out. Black Hawk Down, got to give them credit, they've been fantastic. But they have had more competitive goes at this new tuning, at 4v4, at map sets, at loads of different things that have changed with GS5 to the Pro League here in Europe, but I wonder, HPJC just seem to be catching up. Are they going to catch up quick enough for this week's win?
It's definitely a lot to ask, isn't it? It really is, but if there's a team in this competition that can do it, I believe HPJC could be the team. They've got the skill, they've got the pedigree, they obviously know each other as players inside out, and, well, they should have the technical ability to kind of take it to Black Hawk Down as well. But right now, Black Hawk Down, they've got full control over this map. Smokes out here. On the side of Black Hawk Down, we're seeing Marsh just back off a little bit. They're going to try and play 2 caps, it seems, as they look down towards the B hill. Domination denied, and this is going to be given back over to HPJC, who will end up coming onto this top mid-bridge to try and find a little bit of control, and in the end, I think, to give it to Black Hawk Down, they decided that they weren't going to try and force the scenario of that trip cap. They were just going to play something a little bit more defensive, and that's quite an interesting thing to be saying about this team.
Themselves up. This round is important. Get up on the board and get going. Cougar's going to have to back on down. Very weak. Will get out. Position to defend from here, though. One cap will do it. A significant lead. Not league. Oh, it's getting late. It's getting late.
Someone been playing too much of something else.
I wouldn't quite really like to comment.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Not quite enough.
Not enough.
Never quite.
Black Hawk Down, though, looking so solid. I tell you what, though, everything seems to be ticking up red in the top left corner. Currently, getting nothing. If this fight doesn't go their way, well, that would have been a different story, but it does go their way. Dragons finds 2. They get 1 back. That's all they need. 23 seconds for the win condition. They're pushing forward. They're getting aggressive, finding the kills. C will be in their favor as well. That'll be the round, surely. It'll take something quite special for HPJC to come back, and, well, 2 of them aren't moving out of spawn, so tells you a lot. 1-0 to Black Hawk Down.
Just conceding the round, aren't they? I mean, they knew they couldn't get over towards that home hill in time, so better spend that time just talking about what to do next round. And you know what, Black Hawk Down, they had such good control over that, Chris. I love to see, when teams are so confident that the defense is strong enough that they're right on the precipice of getting that trip cap, and they're like, you know what, no, let's go back into defense. Let's go defensive. Let's set up. Let's play our plays. Let's practice something a bit different, and to be doing that in a grand final, right? Rather than kind of playing on ego, playing on the I guess the adrenaline of almost having that trip cap. I think that shows, you know, how good this team really is, this Black Hawk Down team. They have that control, that considered approach to realize that sometimes just backing off and holding map control will be, you know, a good enough win as well. And you saw it, 250 points to 120 at the end of that. Full control over the Black Hawk.
Broke down now, getting aggressive as this drop shot is placed in the same spot as it has been. HPJC, it's not going to work out for them this time as Cougars finds 3. I think with the help of Marsh, of course, but cleaning them up as best he can. He's sweeping out again, cleaning up HPJC off the middle of the map, and he's got a drop shot now as well. Not necessarily the best spot for HPJC here. We said Black Hawk Down look clean on this map. And they've looked fantastic so far. Just haven't put a foot wrong.
No, not at all. They haven't put a foot wrong since the start of Vascar, to be honest with you. They look real good. Drop shot coming out there from Cougars. Perhaps going to fall, and that's now another 12 seconds where we see this a 3v4 scenario. Our team will win in just over 70 seconds at this point. They've got that 2-cap, they've got the control, they've got drop shot as well in hand. And oh. Looks pretty strong, doesn't it, for Black Hawk Down? I don't think they're going to be really pushing too far out. It's going to be on HPJC here to make the play as soon as that next weapon comes up. Cougars gets another one. Crimson's going to fall. Another 3v4 situation for just over 10 seconds. This is where Black Hawk Down start to move. They've realized there's an opening in the middle. Can they get a sneaky little trip cap? Let's find out.
The opening comes through. Can they make anything of it? Hydron will chunk Dragons, by the way. Back is there to clean things up, although I would have felt he possibly would have anyway. Dog team win condition of 30 seconds is there, and I tell you what, that might stick around. Even if a 2-cap does come through for HPJC, especially the more that time ticks on down. Marsh coming through, trying to find a double kill in the middle. Can't quite get there. Jack will get cleaned up. Unfortunately, couldn't survive that one. 2-cap won't be enough. Has to be a big, big offensive here from HPJC. He wants the tree side now. He's on the card. Striker's pushing forward. Oh, and he is going to find the shots on the Hydron. That should be another round over to Black Hawk Down. It's been so clean so far. 10 seconds to do something here. Phelpsy already lit up. Not in the best of spots. Can't get the shot. Dragons deals with him. The round will go over towards Black Hawk Down once again. 7 rounds in a row over 2 maps from them. HPJC don't have an answer right now.
They really don't. Every single fight that we're watching really is going the way of Black Hawk Down. It doesn't matter what scale it's at. If it's 2v2, yes, they might trade out one person for 2, but they're still coming out on top, right? They're still always finding those incremental advantages that they keep pushing into just humongous point leads. And I like to see that on Foundation. You know, it's the 2v2 map of choice. It's quite a big one in the free-for-all side of things as well, and you know, SSGs as well. Koth SSGs. It's a hugely popular map, and often players kind of get into that mentality a little bit when they go into this on escalation, that they just got to run around instantly, right? Because that's all you do when you jump on this map. In warm-ups as well, it's the same thing. So often see a little bit less reserve on these kind of maps. Just down to those factors, in my opinion, not just because people like to do it.
Just the mentality anyway, that's bred into the scene.
Yeah, it is. It is. You get onto this map and you're like, oh, we got to run. That's what players do. Drop shot down. HPJC, now they've got something to fight for. They decide to win an initial, and often the case, isn't it, where they put this drop shot down when they feel comfortable that they've kind of figured it out and can win it. And this time around, they have a really nice opening, and they're going to get control. See, 2 caps to their name. Cougars running into Lancerfire will make this round a little bit quicker if they can kind of clean this one up. 2 players here.
Hard push for these Black Hawk Down players. Oh my god, that's a big drop shot that comes on through. And that is a very quick answer back. HPJC, half the deficit immediately.
Yep, very, very nicely played. Drop shot going down in that middle again. As I said, something a little unorthodox. Would Black Hawk Down be prepared for it? I mean, opening round says no. They were not, as they did lose that fight down bottom, and HPJC come through with their first round in a long time. Talon's getting placed down. Retro on the opposite side. question is now is how does Black Hawk Down react to this now? They've had a round to kind of work out
Time to work
what
up.
HPJC do in terms of picking up this drop shot. How do they counter that?
Black Hawk Down can be better this time round. Let's push him around. He's went through unscathed here as well. We know how quick that can change. Strikers and Cougars going to go down early though. This is looking like HPJC once again. They find themselves in a spot to win the round. Start the round as best as they possibly can. As Dragons goes down, they pick him apart. And they've done well to not even just have to waste the drop shot on him there.
Yep, I think that's something they learned from the Savage Gaming matchup, to be honest with you. They wasted quite a lot of these opening drop shots on just clearing out that person in the little pocket, and ultimately you don't really want to do that, especially against a team like this where they'll just hold out for a second or two. What you really don't want to do is get yourself in a position like this where you've got drop shot, there's nothing really to be found with it, 2 drop shots out, no kills, your teammate's going to go down as well, you lost 3 players, and now you're on the what will end up being a triple cap opportunity here for Black Hawk Down as Crimson's is doing his best to find 2 people. If you can get that shot, that's brilliant from Crimson's. 1v2. Can he find the third though? That's the question. He cannot. Dragon's reaction shot, wrap shot, whatever you want to call it shot. Does get the job done now, and he's in the same situation. He's got a couple more members of the opposite team to fend off. Does not manage to do so. HPJC, they live to fight just another day or another few minutes in this round. They will push out again. Find a little bit of map control, but after all that said and done, HPJC, they win that opener. They saved the drop shot, which was a good idea, and get the kill without it, but they still find themselves 2 hills to 1, 40 points down, and in a pretty rough spot.
They just didn't utilize the drop shot enough today. It felt as if maybe they should have been backing Phelpsy up just a touch.
They just find themselves in a really odd position, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
They find themselves, you know, at the end of the map where there's really nothing to be gained, and they got collapsed upon from both sides and a little bit of a rush drop shot. I mean, they should have just ran underneath the closed and got themselves out through mid-map. But always easier said than done, right?
Always. Cougars trying to run away. Can't escape the clutches of Crimson's, but still Black Hawk Down with the win condition here. 55 seconds, and the ones with the 2 cap are going to be coming through. Drop shot's already been taken. Hasn't been able to be used that effectively. Side drone.
No.
Already wasting the shot. Could help them get a kill. Dragons should. Oh, that's misplaced. They could do with getting rid of Dragons anyway. The only one up really defending here for Black Hawk Down momentarily. He stayed alive, but he's had to jump off the point. HPJC gathering points as time goes on here as well. Win condition belongs to them, even if Black Hawk Down get a hold of this single point. They're not going to do that either. C is being broken. Eventually will be picked back up by Black Hawk Down, but this win condition should be with the Swarm side.
Yeah, will be indeed. Definitely so. Timer is in their favor right now. 25 seconds until the Swarm do tie this up at 2-2, but you know, time for one more offense, I think. Cougar's trying to make his way down towards the B hill. Has a flashbang. Going to flash one, smoke on the other, and try and get this decap opportunity, though. Black Hawk Down, they're now a point behind, so it's not going to matter. Swarm will still win in just under 20 seconds here. Cleanup of this B hill will secure it. We see Cougars go down, Dragons go down.
Oh.
Question is the breaks have come through, though, from Black Hawk Down across the map, and they've got both home hills. They're going to take it. Chris right on the wire. It doesn't really matter what's gone on down at that B hill. The home hills are where it's going to count. Cog will come out with that victory, and you've got to ask the question. Drop shots, 4 shots, 4 misses. It's just not good enough in a grand final.
You need to be hitting them. They really haven't found a great deal with it, have they? They win the initials, they get a hold of the big power weapon. Well, I've done categorically nothing with it so far. Insend put up a Black Hawk Down now, which is going to make that fight a little bit easier. Retro coming in for HPJC, I'd imagine. The Insend will follow in round number 5. However, they have to find themselves maybe not 4-1 down in that round. They have to win this one, HPJC. 3-2 is a lot different to 4-1.
Definitely is. They've got no wiggle room at all if they end up 4-1 down. And Crimson's in a pretty rough spot here, to be honest with you. Does find the shots though. Yeah, he's done well dancing around the pillar. Teammate should be able to get the cleanup on Dragon. See it, Lancer's out, should be able to at least get 1 or 2. And there's the support coming in from that fountain. Sorry, that statue area up top. Push coming through now. That affects. Will find defend. Boltok out. A lot of damage coming through, but not enough to stop Cougars in his tracks. He's going to get taken down in the end. 1-2 for Jackfest. Can he make it 3 as we see the roll coming out from Marsh? Marsh is doing well here. Gets some damage down, but gets taken down. And HPJC should be able to get this one all wrapped up in just a second. They find that final kill. Strikers is going to fall. And they will, as you said, lock in that second round.
Big round. Really big round for HPJC, and they make these initials work this time. Drop shot's still down. They'll now have an incen to play with as well. Imagine it's going to be upgraded towards fountains for the Black Hawk Down squad. I'll move up to the retro, of course. Leading into some utility to help them out in this mid-fight. Black Hawk Down still with the lead though, and their wins have been dominant, but HPJC maybe feels like they're definitely throwing at least a round away.
Yep. Yeah, I'd say so. It's been close, you know, one or 2 rounds, but the last round they lost. Absolutely, they should have won. They should have been 3-2 up at this point, but we can't really, you know, say what would have been. We've got to say what is, and Black Hawk Down a brilliant clutch, come through and steal it right on the wire. PJC though, last round was a lot more promising from them. They're going to get this drop shot in hand again. Incendiaries out this time around. What will happen? They're going to use that drop shot to take out the incendiaries. I think that was worthwhile, in my opinion. Gives them a little bit of room to now move on. I assume that was the incendiaries that died and they didn't switch places. It was indeed, so no incendiaries to stop this push coming through now, and this is going to make this one a little bit easier. HPJC taking a play out of Black Hawk Down's book at this point, just backing off. Didn't want to try and force that triple cap. They're just going to go back and set up, but Black Hawk Down very quick to the races going through pistons here. Will be met by a couple of members of HPJC at the top of this ramp. No push there. They will have to go elsewhere.
Helps you further over towards E with that single drop shot left available. Smoke by Cougars, you know. Really good. Trying to get a bit of vision. There's the second drop shot. Tried to bait it out. Can't quite get away though. Now Marsh should fall as well. It's a good round for HPJC. They're looking to tie things up here. Dragon's putting plenty of bullets down. Not enough to get rid of Phelpsy. Just going to come through. I mean, Dragon should be dead. Yep, maybe not the wisest. Knew Phelpsy was weak. Cougars is going to be able to make it there over towards F. Does have strikers there with him as well to hold this one down, but that lead is significant for HPJC. Looking like they should be able to tie this up 3 apiece.
Maybe so. I mean, Cougars, he's trying to make a play across towards this home side, but I think really we've got to look over towards E. I think that's where the fight will happen, to be honest with you. It's going to be a push. You see here, it's happening now. Marsh having to back off. Flashbang will delay just a second here. But he needs to get this break, and he's going to get Lancer from all over the shop if he doesn't really manage to get his movement locked down. He does, he gets out, but not going to be quite enough, is it? You need to find all 3 hills at this point. You're 100 points down, and even Strikers, one of the best players in the European region, can't get that one done against this HPJC team. 3-3, Chris. I thought it was going to be a little bit of Vaskar at the start of this, but it seems HPJC have woken up, and their little mid-round drop shot placement, mid-map drop shot placement, seems to be working their way.
Has been working their way. The past couple of rounds, at least, anyway. If you're Black Hawk Down, you have to stop this bleeding. Disable coming in on Incense, expected to be mirrored. And there you go. The Disable is now gone for both teams. 3 apiece.
Going to change this fight just a little bit. I mean, to be honest, it's pretty much the same fight, except the teams will not have to worry too much about when they're picking things up and where they're positioning themselves. They just got to make sure they're not getting fired upon Lancer-wise and get down there. But both teams, this time, not opting to run down there. Both respecting their counterparts and making sure that they, they don't give up that early life. You can see Strikers, he's got the hill control, though, over on the E side of things. Black Hawk Down advantage now. Jack Fex, though, he's got the homes. We'll be able to get the decap on the corner. Smoke's going to come out from Cougars. Pellet traded, and both players will resume. I mean, Jack potentially needs to stop this break going through. I mean, I would have tried to step into that, stop it from Cougars, but is what it is. Going to try for the fight anyway. This is good from Jack Fex, but he's going to step right into the open, and it will be Cougars that makes him pay. Beautiful shot on the return. Secures the home hills. Dragons is now pushing. Crimson's is going to be in a real rough spot here. Going to get crossed out. Going to get himself right to the back of his fountain area. But you can see the push coming through. Flashbangs out. He has got support from the spawn side, though. This is why they're positioning themselves like they are. Good shots coming through. This should be a clean-up. 1-2. That's bang for HPJC as they do find 3 kills. And they will start to push this advantage. Where is Strikers? That's the question. He's down at the E-hill, defending with his life. Putting himself in a good position just to not be able to let this E-hill go too quickly. Let his teammates come off spawn.
He needs to possibly do something as well. His teammates have come off spawn. They're going to try and get a hold of D, but Striker's trying to keep them off. E is going to be maybe a little bit more difficult, but the fight over towards the D side of things is just about going Black Hawk Down's way. And even after that big play from HPJC, Black Hawk Down still have a lead. That might disappear in a second, though, as Black Hawk Down make their way over towards F. They're making their way over towards E as well. Dragons will possibly even just decap this and get out. Go for the cap. Distract away. With a big fight going on towards E. What's going on over here? My goodness.
Yep, they decided rather than making that that harsh push right into the fountain area, let's find the 4v3. Let's get this full control. It's going to be a risky play because, you know, these short respawns mean that, honestly, by the time they get back over towards the homes, Black Hawk Down, they're going to be back up, but they needed to get that neutral hill back in their control, and that's what they've done so far. Now they can focus on those homes.
HPJC getting a hold of F now, as they did get a hold of that neutral, so the play was the correct decision. Adron setting up. Cougars has to push. Black Hawk Down have to do something here. Swarm win condition. HPJC really starting to heat up. They have the drop shot as well. Dragon's making his moves. Nothing to play with there on that side of things. Dragons is going to find one, but it's still 20 seconds. They have to get a lot done in this time, and Phelpsy can just play time. I was saying that. It's a missed drop, but the kill's starting to come through. HPJC should be able to clean up this round. Oh, it's still a COG team win condition. They gotta go. Who's gonna go? Oh, it's not in time. My goodness. That feels like a fumble.
That's not great. That's not great. Phelpsy just took a little bit too long in the 2v1 in the middle there where Dragons got the kill. I mean,
I understood that he was trying to waste time, but yeah.
They just didn't have enough people. He had to trust his teammate there to take that 1v1 against Dragons, and he had to go and find the break on the opposite hill. In the end, they just don't have the people in the right places, and it, you know, it is a matter of seconds, isn't it? Maybe 3 seconds, and that's a round either way. But
yeah, it might have been 250 to 248. That you
make it work.
That might have been a 250 to 248 round.
Yeah, that's a killer. Especially with the 2 rounds now as well that HPJC have kind of lost in that fashion. They should have won. They really should have won so far. And well, Black Hawk Down finding a way. Now into round 8. Let's see if HPJC can find a way to make this into a round 9. Drop shot in their hands once again. Phelpsy rolling the right, will find himself down, but picks back up. Good play by his teammates to get back up there. Takes an incend, doesn't get the kill. Nice kill by Phelpsy. Someone stoked a little bit of a fire. Drop shot out. We'll find the kill with that as well. Really nice play by Phelpsy. That is beautiful. Absolutely perfect gears from him. Gets himself out. Will start to make the push across. He's going to get met by Strikers, it looks like. Wants to save that drop shot. Will back out. Pistols out.
Buttering them up before they get in. There is members of HPJC already lingering around. Oh, Dragons just lunges so far forward. The Cougars and himself going down. F now being captured. Marsh is going to make his way around. He's already very, very weak. The domination is coming, and we are heading to a round number 9. 4 apiece. That's much more like it from HPJC. They don't try to make it last longer than it needs to.
That's mental. 7 hours. 7 hours we've been playing Gears 5, and it's going to get split by just a single round right at the end of things. Who'd have thought it? Who would have thought it? Question is now HPJC. Last time they got to this point, they placed that long shot down, and they lost it
Because of it.
with a fantastic play by TJ. The long shot's going to go down again.
Ooh.
The long shot's
No,
going to. They like
no,
the
it's
strategy.
not.
They've got something prepared,
That's an
but this time
M-bar,
it's
mate.
Black Hawk down. Is it M-bar? Oh, even better.
It's an M-bar.
Spicier. It's a spicier sniper rifle. It's the same thing at the end of the day, but end of the day, we're going to get to see it. Similar placements. Smoke grenades are down. Incendiaries are picked up. It's going to be Cougars in this time around, but this time the Lancer fire is beautiful from HPJC. The second down coming through. This should be a clean-up. This should be nice from HPJC if they can get the second one. That's a 2v4 situation they're going to find themselves in, but a lovely wrap shot will come through. 3v2 situation now.
Big fight going on over towards E. Drop shot's going to be coming in. Phelpsy. He's had a bit of a mixed bag with this weapon so far. Let's see if we can get 100% accuracy this time round. Marsh, maybe the first target. Tell you what, it's going to be Strikers instead. Doesn't even touch him with it. M-bar in the hands of Jack Fex. Still a lot of time to go in this round, though.
This M-bar could be key, though. It's so easy to find kills, to find damage with it, right? Body shot with
Shot's
any
gone.
kind of damage from anyone else. Yeah, shots are out. Jack's getting chased, though. Will find the kill on Marsh. Needs a little bit of support. Doesn't have it. Dragons is going to find that kill. Dragons is fighting out. Basically in the opposite spawn at the moment. Can he find anything, though? That's the question. Cougars has found one. Phelpsy trying to back up towards his teammates a little bit, but they're in such an awful little situation here. You've seen Hydron having to push out through the elbow here. Pushing wide here on Strikers. Strikers get pushed off, but in the end, Cog Team will still win in about a minute time. This double cap looking good. There's Dragons coming out of the woodwork once again.
He's got support here from Strikers. The extension over towards F should come in. Oh, just about from Crimson's. Very, very weak whilst he got there as well. This is such a good spot for Black Hawk down. The F fight's still ongoing, and HPJC should be able to get a hold of that one. Jins will win the fight against Jack Fex over here, though. But there's still life in HPJC now.
You've got a question. When's the next drop shot up? That could be crucial.
That's it.
Could be
That's it.
crucial.
When it gets to that point, though, if it stays like this, HPJC are going to have to be perfect.
Yeah, that death from Hydron probably doesn't really help them find that perfection, but Incendiary is now in the hands of Phelps here. Yeah, good. Good Incendiary could turn the tide. They got to push, though. They got to find a way through. They got to find a way to get to both sides. Go down. They might have done enough here. Incendiary is going out. The 2v1 push is coming through. There is absolutely no one in position right now to get over towards that D hill from HPJC, and the E hill is in a real rough spot as well.
Jack can't do a lot. Hydron pushes over, but if they can keep them off E, then maybe something can be done. That is locked in, and that is 3 in a row for Black Hawk down. They take map number 3, and they take week number 4 of the Open Series. They lost 4-5 on map number 1 on District, 5-0 on Vasgar for the comeback. And the reverse sweep is complete with a 5-4 win over HPJC. All the way to Foundation. 3 in a row for Black Hawk down. What a game that was between these two. HPJC really did turn up. And it has to be said, they'll be looking at that last map and they'll be disappointed they didn't win that one, because that could... Let's have a look at the bracket whilst we do discuss it. They've got to be looking at that and possibly kicking themselves.
Yeah. I mean, I think so, to be honest. They did great to get themselves in the positions they were in. You know, that last round, let's take that one. Let's dissect it a little bit. They had the drop shot. They had an M-bar. They made a nice little play with one drop shot to, you know, end up trying to get that M-bar out. And I thought that was fantastic. They used one to get another, and they should have been able to find some more kills with that, but there was just nothing they could do. The positioning from Black Hawk down was really good. They were quicker to the rotations. They were always catching, you know, Dragons caught a couple of members of HPJC off guard, and in the end, yeah, Black Hawk down, they did deserve to win. They were the cleaner team across that whole grand final, and they stole a couple of rounds as well to boot.
They really did. But, I mean, they just worked well together to get it back. But I think for me, you know, this just sets us up for further weeks of close competition between these two. And we had close competition all night. We really did. And I think that's the thing that is keeping people coming back. It's that closeness, that ability to potentially get past some of these teams. And I don't know, I feel like we've got like 4 or 5 very, very good teams at this moment in time. There may be more that come out of the woodwork as well. So Once again, just a massive props to the Gears community here in Europe for putting up these numbers. A big congrats to Black Hawk Down, of course. 3 in a row for them. Just some great gears. We're set up very nicely for the next 6 weeks here through, aren't we? We've got a spicy little rivalry on our hands once again.
Yeah, I think so. And I don't think it's just that head-to-head rivalry we saw in the Pro League with, just a couple of teams, maybe 3 teams. I think there's potentially 4 or 5 teams in this kind of roster right now that could potentially be fighting for the top. Like I'm looking at Savage Gaming. They turned up. They look really good. 2 members of that old Obey kind of side and a member of Rated R and Elevate really put together. And who'd have thought that roster would ever form? But it has, and that looks really good. And I hope to see more of those in the coming weeks. I think we've got to look at Maradona. Maybe didn't have the best performance this week, but met a strong opposition early on, and they're a team that you can't count them out, right? They are fantastic. And of course, the 2 teams we've just seen in the final looking real strong as well.
Yep, really strong. Thank you once again, Fru, for joining us here on
Always
the
a
EGL channel. No, that pleasure is always mine, mate. Don't you worry. But once again, thank you to everybody who's hanging out in the chat. Around 300 of you so in here this week. 33 teams once again. Let's try and bump that one up. I know we're putting in a monumental effort for these, but it'd be fantastic if we could get more. But there we go. Week 4 is going to belong to Black Hawk Down. That's 3 in a row. And we will be back at the exact same time, 5 p.m. next Sunday for week number 5 of the second split of the Open Series. We will be at the halfway point. Make sure you get yourselves involved. We'll see you next week.